110 of 172 balls, which was quite interesting. He was a bit a subdued innings there, as we know, Brais. Lovely chip just off the legs there. Timed well. Thought about the single. Great fielding at mid-on. And just continuing there. Then we also had a very great innings by Makanya. He came in and scored 83 runs. Diteko only 2. Munsame 10. And as we heard, Corbin Bosch at the crease facing up to Kree, who's got only the solitary wicket. Facing up to Kree, who's got only the solitary wicket for 42 runs. Oh, another beauty from Kree. Just moving away from Junior Dala, and he's just fending at that one.
Yeah, Patrick Kree has been having quite the season. He hit a few hundreds for the Warriors in the one-day cup, coming in difficult positions where they were often about 50 for 5, and giving a bit of rearguard action for them there. So he's been having a splendid season, and good to see him with the ball as well.
He's looking good this morning. Had 2 brilliant deliveries, just moving away from the right-hander. Oh, another one, just a little bit full, and Junior Dala just making sure every single important. This one very well left, just to finish up the first over for the morning. Only the run conceded down to fine leg, and it will be 347 for the loss of 8 after 95 wickets. Dala on 3 and 30 for Bosch.
Yeah, some other 4-day games ongoing in the country. Dolphins are taking on the DP World Lions over at Kingsmead, and the Lions have lost early wicket this morning at that of Ryan Rickleton. He was bowled by Subrian for 5 of 8 deliveries. At the crease currently is Zubir Hamza on 31 of 85 balls. He had a good SAA series himself, got a few good starts. He'll look to convert today. It's something we've talked about with him and Keegan Peterson, the need to convert those good starts. And he's joined by Mitchell van Buren, who's on 10 of 39.
As we see the Bayer Swanepoel coming in, opening up with Kruger. Oh, another ball, just angling in a little bit, just throwing his head back. No, it's still loosening up. Had a brilliant burst with the new ball yesterday, as you mentioned. He's on a 4-fer. He's 4 for 68, busy with his 22nd, and a very uncomplicated action.
Yeah, it is a very simple action, but he has the ability to move the ball both ways. Also a threat with the bat, which makes him a great bowling all-round prospect.
Yeah, nice, strong young man, big shoulders, and he really hits the deck hard. Especially with that new ball, you can every now and again hear the thud up here, even when we are sitting, and just hear that effort and see the carry into the gloves of the keeper there.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bustling action, could almost call it. He really runs in nice and hard. He isn't the quickest, but that movement really helps.
Corbin Bosch just playing away from his body a little bit, getting the inside part of the bat there. And yeah, Brais Swanepoel is known for that late movement as well. He's not a swing bowler that swings it from the hand. He's a nice high action, lets it go from high, and just swings it late in or away from the batters. Almost has got a little bit of a feel of a philander to him. Not the greatest of pace, but great movement and control. Oh, we'll give Corbin Bosch there the credit for saying well left. That one came back quite a lot.
Yeah, that one jagged back prodigiously. And that's what Bayer Swanepoel brings. He presents a nice seam, and he has very good control. Continues to hit that good areas, asking questions from the batters the whole time.
As you said earlier, and Corbin Bosch there looking much better. Every now and again, moving from games to games. It's our second over in the morning as well. 347 for 8. And Vanna, we'll pull you in a bit later, because we're definitely going to talk about the Devil Brais innings and maybe have a look at Makanya's as well. Great partnership those two had. Just going a lot fuller. Trying to squeeze that one out was Corbin Bosch. And that's the end of the over. It is 347 for loss of 8. It is Dala on 3 and Bosch is on 30. Partnership is 30 as well. And let's just have a quick chat about the Brais innings. What was your take on it?
Yeah, Brais obviously coming up with his maiden first-class century, something we've all been waiting to see. How he will go in the red ball format. Coming off a pair in the last match, he'll be glad to get back on the bandwagon. And no, he started off slowly, a bit sketchy, a few outside edges, found it difficult against former teammate Apiwe Mnyanda. Got a couple of edges past and through the slips, but after that he settled down. He started playing the ball a lot later. He was very lethal on anything wide, especially short and wide. He's played some wonderful cut shots and pull shots through the covers, and Brais really built his innings. He wasn't in a rush, only there at the back end he started picking up the rate, so it was good to see.
And as we see a change in bowling, Marco Jansen coming into Dala.
Yeah, interesting, only the 1 over for Patrick Creer. Wonder what that reason would have been. Maybe they would have wanted to see if there was any movement for him from that side, but good call to bring in Marco Jansen. A bit of extra bounce he brings and some late movement as well. Started off not too well yesterday morning, but he also got better as the day went on. I think he just needs to regain a bit of that confidence.
One of those bowlers that you can't really say is steaming in. He's got a very gentle run in. And yeah, as you said, it's only the 1 over for Patrick Kruger, who actually got some movement and beaten the outside edge twice in that over as well. So they might have picked something up. Maybe he might not feel too comfortable bowling from that end. He might want to change ends a little bit. Or they just said, listen, we feel there's something in it. Junior Dalas might be the wicket we're aiming at. Let's get the big, tall left-hander in. There's that bounce you were talking about, just a little bit of extra carry.
Yeah, they might want to make it a bit uncomfortable for him. He was almost lunging onto the front foot against Patrick Creer, which is not an easy thing to do against a guy running in 2.07 meters or something.
It is almost like he's still growing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like it doesn't stop.
It just gets taller. That one just died a little bit, just falling away in the action there. You can see where he ended up, not following through. But it's his first over, might still be a little bit stiff. But just continuing on the Brais innings, it's lovely to see that he's in fact taking responsibility and a different mantle in this team. He's not just known as the guy that can clear the fence, but also hang around.
Yeah, it's something he did very well in the Under-19 World Cup initially. I mean, we know him as a big striker. But in the Under-19 World Cup, he really built his innings. Those centuries didn't come off like 60, 70 balls. He really built his innings in that World Cup, and it's good to see him now bringing that sort of mindset to the 4-day arena and really looking to get himself in. As I said, he was lucky on a couple of occasions, but that's natural still early in the innings. A young guy coming in, somebody like an AB de Villiers, he's been compared to a lot, was the same initially, was a bit loose.
And getting the outside part of the bat. There's a bit of excitement there for the last bowl of the over. It is 347 for 8. Maiden over to start with for Marco Jansen. And yeah, everyone seems to forget that AB de Villiers started off as a technically correct opening batter.
Yeah, he did, but he was one of those guys who loved to slash outside the off stump, and his cut shots generally went straight into the hands of fielders. Either in the air through the gaps or straight to fielders. It's only later that he got more control, only around 2008, where he really started realizing that it's important to have a solid defense first. And that's when his game really started to change, and that saw to India, where he made a double century.
That's wonderful. Just happy to hit that back of a length, and Corbin Bosch just getting a run there and a very loud applause there from the dressing room. Very happy with the single there.
First run zone. It's the second run of the morning. So it's been a quiet start for the Titans. But it's been good bowling from the Warriors, not giving any freebies, making sure that they continue to apply the pressures. We do see the sun starting to peek through the clouds, and I think the Warriors will welcome that for when they come out to bat.
Yeah, and you just want to see the cloud cover go away, as there is a little bit of rain predicted for later in the day. But it'll be late afternoon, so there will be cloud cover throughout this innings, with a bit of about a 40% chance of rain predicted around about between 4 and 5 o'clock this afternoon. So the teams will be aware of that as well. This will be an interesting contest between the Junior Dala and the Brais Nodia. Swanepoel, I beg your pardon. Another single there.
Yeah, over down at Newlands in Cape Town, Northwest Dragons initially struggled in their innings. They were, I think, 55 for 6 before a rearguard action by Mikhail Prince, who's a very promising young right-hand wicket-keeper batter. He made 64, while Michal Pretorius was very attacking from the other side. He made a 79 ball 83 with 14 fours, and so they stitched a partnership together to get the Dragons to 236 in the end.
And Bosch just very happy just to drop that one down to the square leg umpire just for another single there. And it's 350 up for the Titans of 597 balls, which included 64s. So 350 up for the Titans. I think that would have been their first target for this morning. Just get that that elusive 350 up. It's just a bit of a psychological barrier that you have over your opponents.
It also counts for some bonus points in the series. Yeah, so the Western Province, in pursuit of that 236 the Dragons hit, are currently 159 for 2. They have a few players not available due to SAA and Proteas duties. So David Bedingham is currently at the crease on 51 not out of 68 balls. Is attacking self, and he's with values on 56 of 84 balls. The 2 to go was Daniel Smith and Eddie Moore.
And Junior Dala actually handling the pressure very good this morning. He's on a 4. He's hung around with Bosch a little bit. The partnership is 33, and Bosch contributing 32 of that 33. It's 350 for 8, and the Warriors still searching for that first wicket of the morning. And as I said earlier, the job for the Titans will be keep them in the field as long as you possibly can, and the Warriors will want to get off the park and get their batters going as soon as they can.
Definitely. 350 is already a pretty good score here at SuperSport Park. It's a high boundary scoring venue, but you can get some wickets with the early movement.
We saw in all the other games that the morning sessions were the one to pick up wickets. It does flatten out a little bit as the day goes on, and also the outfield also quickens up as the day goes on. That's always helps the boundary hitting. You just need to time it through that cordons and just get it into the gaps, and it will go for that elusive boundaries. And this morning so far, busy with the 5th over of the morning, and there's still no boundaries. We've only had the 4 runs. That one just played to deep square, and they're very happy to give Bosch the single. A very defensive field in at the moment. They've got a deep square and deep fine leg out for Bosch, and as soon as Dala comes and faces the music, they bring in the sweeper from the boundary and then also bring in the deep square. Take a position next to the umpire. 3 slips, no gully, and a 3rd man.
Marco Jansson's looked good this morning. He's had a lot more control than he did yesterday, not giving any freebies. Over at Peter Marisburg, the Paul Rocks made 232 all out. Top scorer for them there was Kieken Peterson, who made 57. for 119 balls, and then Peter Malan with 46. Kyle Nipper, he took 3 for 44, and 2 each for Keith Dudgeon and Malcolm Nofel.
And I feel that Janssen might just be missing a trick here, might want to go a little bit fuller to Junior Dala. I have him playing a shot or two, although he does not really have a mid-on and mid-off in place. You can see the mid-on very, very close to the crease as well, and very wide, mid-on almost to an extra cover. So they don't want him driving, but if you've got the 3 slips there, hanging back of a length, he's just happy to leave it, especially with the bounce that Janssen will extract from the deck.
I'm sure he will want him driving, coming forward. And a surprise short ball in between as well.
Marco Janssen loves that surprise short ball. And you can actually see the keeper was a bit surprised as well. That one had a bit of extra venom in it.
Yeah, there's generally a bit of spongy bounce here at SuperSport Park, especially in the first couple of days. It tends to quicken up on day 2 and 3. And you generally want to bat first here because it tends to become a bit uneven towards day 4 and 4 and 5. Obviously, we only have 4 days here, so it might not have as big a role to play.
Yeah, Marco Janssen just not attacking Junior Dala, I think, as much as he would like. You can see as soon as he delivers the ball, just turns around, and he's been looking at that foot marks for the second or third time. Umpire might just be saying that, listen, might just want to check that back foot into that danger area a little bit.
Yeah, so date start here by the Titans this morning. They've only added the 5 runs and in the 5 overs. So it's been a quiet start. It's been a controlled start from the Warriors, not giving them anything. Might see Corbin Bosch becoming a little bit more attacking soon. He does like to strike the ball, and anything that's pitched up he'll go after.
Oh, there we got an inside edge, the old-fashioned Chinese cut there. Bosch very lucky to get away with that one, trying to hit that through the covers, and there's that little bit of nip just off the seam that we always see from Swanepoel.
Yeah, it's again that perfect length. It's not quite full enough to drive, and he just gets enough movement to take that inside edge. Lucky to get away with it is Corbin Bosch, but yeah, Swanepoel doing what he does best. He was the leading wicket taker in the 4 days series last year, and he's continuing where he left off.
A very quick single chance here of a run out. Oh, if it would have hit, that would have been very, very, very close. Hands on heads. You can see everyone just wondering how that missed. And that was a bit of a let-off. That was a tight one.
Yeah, a bit of that pressure building. Just want to release it, rotate the strike a bit, but that was a bit too close for comfort.
Junior Dala might have felt that they're going to go his way, his direction, and nearly selling Bosch down the river there.
Yeah, Brais just retrieving that ball as not went directly to him, so he just needs to get back to his mark.
And it was Kruger who nearly generated a run out there. Oh, how great would that have been for the Warriors for this morning, and how devastating for the Titans, because Bosch has really looked good. He's on 34.
Yeah.
That one bit of luck with the previous delivery that he faced from Corbin Bosch, where he got the single down to fine leg, not really where he was aiming it, bit of an inside edge. Ooh, just drifting down leg, no one interested. But again, you can just see those hands going onto the head. Brais Swanepoel looking for that fiver.
Yeah, he is hunting down that fiver. He's getting a bit of swing into the right-hander. And he's also getting a bit of assistance off the pitch. So it's not easy going here for the batters.
Oh, going a bit fuller. Almost sneaking underneath the bat there. Swanepoel is very much a thinking bowler. He loves trying new things, and he's got that control to actually pull it off.
Yeah, he does. He went with the SAA side to Sri Lanka earlier in the year, and you can see it was a bit of a learning experience for him. Subcontinent conditions vastly different to how it is here, but he's come back to more familiar conditions and looked good.
Well left alone just to end off the over. You can see him just throwing his head back there a little bit. Wanted to get that one a bit closer to the bat to make them play. It's 353 for the loss of 8, and 100 overs gone. And if I'm not mistaken, that also means that's it for the bonus points.
Yeah, that is. Luckily, they did make it to that 350 mark, so they'll be happy with that. And so a bit free rein now to go after the bowlers, get as much as they can before they come out to bowl. I'm sure they wouldn't mind having bowl in the first session before all the clouds disappear. But the sun is coming through brightly now.
If these two hang around, how long do you think they would wait until they maybe declare? Mark Jansen just changing the angle, coming around the wicket, doing something different to Dala.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. You'd think almost from this position in a first innings, they're unlikely to declare. They'll probably just try and hit a few big ones if they feel like it gets closer to a time that they... So it might be a time sort of thing rather than a specific score in this case.
Would you say, let's say they push it past the first drinks break and maybe an hour or two before lunch?
I do think if they do make it to the drinks break, they might get some instructions to try and go after the bowling a bit, put some pressure back, and if they get out, then so be it. But it's good to see out these first few overs because the Warriors have been bowling well, and they don't just want to give their wickets away cheaply.
I think that might be the reason why Kruger must maybe just hold back a bit, get Jansen the ball. It might feel that he's more difficult to get away if they want to attack from the get-go.
Yeah, they seem very becalmed, do the Titans. The Brais Swanepoel this season so far has played the 3 matches. He's taken 11 wickets at an average of 18, and so he's been at his best once again. He's been very good for a couple of seasons now, and I think it's very handy what he can do with the bat as well. He has the ability to make some big runs, and the rate he bats as well really puts the bowlers under pressure.
Very much a positive cricketer. He's got that positive mindset. If he bowls with intent. If he bats with intent. Very good fielder as well.
Yeah, good all-round cricketer. He's definitely somebody who has some Proteas prospects in the future. Maybe not too far away. You never know. With some injury clouds hanging around over Kagiso Rabada and Lungi Ngidi, he might even get a late call up to the national side. It's a bit possibility.
Yes, and also Andrik Nokia not cleared yet to play as well. So 3 of our expressmen is out. The only thing that might be hindering him is he's not that quick, but he does have the control. And I mentioned it earlier again. I mean, we've had Vernon Philander was also in the mid-high 20s at one stage, being the number 1 bowler in the world. So it is possible to do that if you have control. You can take wickets and you understand your game. Much better by Jansen, actually attacking Junior Dala, making him play, and that's what they want to do, is make sure that every ball bowled the batter plays. And that is another over bowled, and it's another maiden over. It's 353 for 8.
Yeah, so getting back to Brais Swanepoel, he's taken now with this innings included 15 wickets in a series of... He's the top wicket taker amongst the pace bowlers. So it's at the top is Sia Mahima and Bjorn Fortuin, who both left on orthodox spinners. But in terms of pace bowlers, Brais Swanepoel at the top. 15 wickets at an average of 17.86 and a strike rate of 38.
Oh, absolute chaffer. Oh, and no need for a stare down, no need for a chirp. The ball said it all. Squaring up Bosch, what a delivery. That was nearly his 5th wicket. And credit to Bosch for missing that one.
Yeah, that is exactly where Brais wants to be, and that's the reason why he's been picking up so many wickets. Yeah.
Oh, solid drive through the covers. Just getting carried away a little bit there. 4 runs.
Yeah, beautiful shots. Just a bit too over pitched from Brais. As I said earlier, Corbin Bosch will really be looking to attack any over pitch deliveries, and he does just that. Presents the full face of the bat, so it's no slug. It's just beautiful cricket from him, and he moves along nicely to 38.
That was also our first boundary for the day. So that's out of the way as well. 357. And after that, Jaffa just floating it up there, and a lovely shot through the covers.
Yeah, sweeper coming a bit more square now for Brais.
Much better reply. You can see the keeper appreciating that one. And great cricket after the boundary. Taking the single. It's 5 of this over. And Junior Dala to face the music.
Yeah, Junior Dala hasn't faced a lot from Brais this morning. He might find it a bit more tricky with the type of movement he is getting. And you can see they will be changing the field to him now. They have 2 slips and the world's tallest gully in Marco Jansen. And they also have a point, a man out, a third man, almost a short cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
Oh, he's cleaned him up. That's the 5er for Swanepoel. A bit of a lucky 5er there. Fantastic bowling. That ball just kept low and snuck through defenses of Junior Dala. And another 5 wicket all for Brais Swanepoel.
Yeah, he does it again. Slightly lucky on this occasion with that ball staying low. Junior Dala will count himself unlucky. But Brais Swanepoel, yeah, it not only kept low, but it moved back into him as well. So there's not much Junior Dala could have done on this occasion. As I said, the SuperSport Park pitch is a bit renowned for it coming a bit up and down, and maybe a touch worrying that it's doing this so early on in the match. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But Brais Swanepoel won't mind picking up another 5er, and just have a quick look at his overall stats. I think this is now his 6th 5er in his career, to go with a 10-wicket haul as well. It has outstanding stats, to be honest. He played quite a bit of it in Division 2 for the Northern Cape Heat before moving over to the Warriors.
And Bokako coming in. Not known for his batting. He's got an average of 8, but he does have a high score of 56. So the Titans would love him to get on it, and also maybe just stick around with Bosch, who's on 39. And Brais, yes, great bowling there. 5er for him once again. And it just shows you the Jaffa he bowled to Bosch, didn't get the wicket, and then this one nipped in, stayed low, and snuck through the defences. You can see him just looking up to the sky saying thank you. 5 for 78. 2 balls to go in this 25th over, and I think he feels he can wrap this up in the next 2 balls.
Yeah, he will definitely be liking his chances here. It's now still the 2 slips with Marco Jansen, who's come a bit finer. He's more of a 4th slip position now, and coming in closer as well. And how he's going wider.
But he definitely moved in 2 steps. I think after that last ball they kept a little bit low, and they didn't think Bokaka's going to go with hard hands here. He might just try and block these 2 balls out. I think it might have been the discussion between him and Bosch, and we might see Bosch actually playing a couple of shots in anger now.
If he comes back on strike, that is.
That is. Might have been the discussion. Come, my friend, just put me on strike. Not the ball. Brais wanted to bowl first up to the new batter.
Yeah, that one moved away. I won't be surprised if he bowls an in-swinger this last ball of the over, targeting those stumps. That's what I'm expecting from Swanepoel. And Corbin Bosch will just want him to see out the over so that he can go from the other end.
And you can see, if that is the plan, this will be a brilliant double bluff, because they put in the extra slip to show the batter, listen, the ball's moving away. Remember, it's moving away. Might just dig it in. Oh, you called it. You called it, Banner.
Yeah, it did swing in a bit, but uh, he managed to come forward and just defend it out, did Bukako, and it is the end of the over. The Titans are 358 for 9 after 102 overs, and Corbin Bosch will have an opportunity to face up from the other end. It seems like we might have a bowling change. It looks like it will be Ronaldo Meyer coming into the attack. Corbin Bosch will fancy his chances to pile on some runs before they come out to bowl.
Yeah, very interesting change there. I might have thought with the wicket falling, they might give Marco Jansen another burst there, maybe give the single. It'd be interesting to see if they're actually going to take the single if it's on offer.
Yeah, I doubt it. I think Corbin Bosch will try to hog the strike a bit here. You see Marco Jansen now moving into a bit of a wideish first slip position. So they have 2 slips in as Corbin Bosch faces up.
Oh, there we go. As we said, a shot in anger. That one was spanked on the up through the covers, and Bosch is getting into his work now. That was a lovely shot.
Yeah, it was not an easy shot on the up, but the pitch is a touch slow, so it did set up a bit for him. And I don't think he will be holding back now as he moves into the 40s. He's on 43 of only 56 deliveries. Very handy knock here from him.
And every run now will hurt the Warriors. Oh, a very interesting little lap pull there. And just slipping there's Bukako, and that's a single we thought they will not take. Not in control of the shot. I think he felt he might have hit it a little bit better than he did, pushing for the 2. But great fielding there. A huge amount of land there, and a great amount of fielding, or shall I say coverage by the fielder there.
Yeah, it might have been a bit of a miscalculation from Bosch there. He might have thought the opposite, that he didn't hit it that well. Maybe they can scamper back for a second with the fielder running in, but not able to, and that leaves Bukako with 4 balls to face in this over unless he can get a single somewhere. So, but they do bring in the fielders a bit tighter, not trying to give out that easy single, so keep the pressure on Bukako here, and Meyer will try to wrap things up in this over.
Just hear the effort from Meyer there. And you can believe it that slip cordon will definitely remind Bukako that there's a lot of space. Go for 1 or 2 big ones. Don't try not to break our scoreboard.
Yeah, number 11s love to back themselves.
Oh, they're the best openers the team has.
Yeah, they're the ones that sit in the dressing room saying, I would have probably done better in that scenario. You guys just need to give me a chance.
Oh.
Solid enough from Bukako. I got in behind that one nicely. I think Meyer will have to get his length fuller here. It's easier to sit on the back foot and wait for the ball to come than it is to come forward on a pitch like this.
And also, again, we see the 2 slips, we see the gully, and they're not giving them anything to drive. And you do have that extra cover in place, who's pretty close as well. So if it's anything uppish, they can get a catch there as well. He's also in a catching position. And then you got your deep backward point as well. Need to pitch it up a little bit more.
Yeah, Meyer doing the opposite this time. Just reminding Bukako that he does have that short ball. Meyer is quite a deceptive bowler. He's very skiddy. He's quicker than he looks, so he's not express pace, but he does tend to rush the batters.
Yes, he does come in very gingerly as well. He does come in with a bit of a jog, and then everything happens in the crease. And that's generally where you get that bumpers that just surprise you. The last ball of the over. There's the one we were calling for, and they'll be happy to take 2 here. Warriors want to keep it down to 1. Great running by Bosch. Excellent running. And that's the ball we were calling for, and it nearly worked out. 2 runs to Bukako. End of the over. It is 103 overs gone. 365 for the loss of 9 wickets. Swanepoel will most likely continue. He's got a 5. He's on 5 for 78 of 25.
Yeah, probably the result Titans were hoping for, to keep Bosch on strike, and the added 2 runs is welcome as well. And but Swanepoel would definitely get a bit of an extended spell to try and pick up his 6th wicket and wrap up the innings.
Yeah, I don't think he could take the ball out of his hand now anyway, to be honest, if you're a captain.
Yeah, you generally don't take away the ball from a guy who's on 5 wickets and is ready to get more.
With the number 11 in. Oh, just moving across his stumps there.
Yeah, this time Corbin Bosch has no to the single. There probably was one on offer if he wanted it. But yeah, it looks like he's eyeing that shortish boundary on the leg side. The pitch is a bit to the right of the square as we're looking at it right now. And so he might be looking for that flick over the leg side. They do have a deep square leg and a deep fine leg on the boundary. But still, he'll back himself to hit it over them.
Yeah, that fielder. Another single not taken. I think he might have learned his lesson, or he might feel that Brais is actually a more difficult prospect to face up to.
Yeah, he probably is, especially that area he hit to dismiss Dala can make things very difficult, even for Corbin Bosch. So he'd rather take that responsibility himself.
You can just hear the effort in the bowling. You can hear how it hits the bat. It's coming on nicely, halfway through the over.
Yeah, only the 1 slip in now for Corbin Bosch. The field is quite spread out. They want to get Bukako back on strike. Bosch not playing game.
Oh, there's he chasing for that wide one. Could be because it was the 4th ball of the over. He might be thinking about the 1 and also saw that everyone is on the circle and back a bit.
Yeah, this is the type of tactic most captains go for in longest format of the game, especially with only the 1 wicket remaining. They try to save the boundaries and get the tail ender on strike.
Oh, lovely flick off the wrist. 1 bounce for over mid-wicket. Moving across. Great shot.
Yeah, exactly what I thought he would be doing, is that flick over the leg side. He's been eyeing that boundary. Not quite all the way for 6, but still a good result for the Titans. The Warriors field is coming in closer now, close to the end of the over, and making sure that it takes full toll of it. It'll be interesting to see. Will we be looking for a single or go for another boundary?
Well, he's on 48. He might be looking for that single.
Yeah.
Which he does. Fantastic work there by Bosch. The Titans applauding that. He's moved to 49, 1 away from his 50, and he will also be facing up.
Yeah, Corbin Bosch doing exactly what he set out to do in that over, and he'll try to do more of the same against Ronaldo Mayo.
Fantastic work being done here. Yes, Corbin Bosch racking up the runs. 370 for the loss of 9 wickets after 104 overs. And he's continued the good work that was done by Brais, who scored 110, and also Makanya, who was dismissed on 83. A great partnership between those two, with a handy 34 by Kleinveld as well, and a 32 by Captain Hilbrand.
Solidly in behind, and this time he does take a single. Does Corbin Bosch? This is the result they would have wanted, as Corbin Bosch brings up his half century of only 64 deliveries. Great comeback from Bosch after injury, making sure that we remember he is a definite all-rounder.
That's a fantastic 50, and as I said, continuing the great work that was set out, the foundation. That was, let's see, it's his eighth first-class 50. So definitely in the minds of the selectors, he wants to cement that, listen, I can give you a bit of both.
Yeah, he definitely can. Somebody who likes to hit the deck hard. He did quite well in the overseas T20 leagues in the Canada league. He picked up quite a bunch of wickets, and he'll have some confidence. Ooh.
Good morning, Squire. That was just something, and this might be a tactic. Maybe push him back for 1 or 2, and then get the ball fuller up.
Yeah, that one didn't get up as much as Bakaka would have expected. It only just went over the back of his back. So we have seen a bit of uneven bounce here this morning. Interesting in between the innings change, what type of roller they will ask for. Probably a heavy roller to try and just even out the surface a bit.
Oh, it's getting a little bit carried away there. Pushing it down leg, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they use. They'll definitely use the roller, like I said, evening it out a bit, and also maybe just get that little bit of moisture out as well that might still be left in the deck. Try and get rid of this spongy bounce that it has this morning.
Yeah, it is a bit slow still. It's both good and bad for the batters. So the timing might not be quite on if it's fuller. So that's why they need to pitch it up.
It's much better, much better. That is exactly where you want to be. Especially to Bakako being a number 11 and not a fantastic average. He's only averaging 8.8. Make him play as much balls you possibly can, because you've got to feel that's where your key is to take the wicket. Make him play as much you can, and also you got another 2 balls at the number 11. Don't think they'll give him the single off the last ball, which they won't take anyway. So you've got 2 balls to attack. The line of attack is changing up. They are now coming around the wicket to him.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. They do have a leg gully in place now, so he might be targeting that rib cage, or it could be a double bluff as well, targeting the stumps.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic work there, done by the keeper.
Yeah, I think the slowness of the pitch helped him out as well there. On some other pitches around the country, that might have flown over his head. But good work from Rivaldo Munsami getting up. Not Rivaldo Munsami. It's in a Temba Chile behind the stumps, getting up to stop that one.
Yeah, that just ballooned up is exactly what we were talking about. That balloon bounce that is just there. And I think the double bluff would be much better, because he'll be expecting the short one.
Oh!
Hello!
Oh, from absolutely nowhere, Lukaku just has a nice swipe across the line and gets it out of the middle of the bat all the way to the boundary.
Good morning. That's his reply. That's the how do you do. 4 runs, Bakaka just decided, listen, you're not going to bob me down. If you want to attack me, but I'm going to counter punch. Fantastic shot. Just having a good old waft on that one.
Wonder if Corbin Bosch is telling me, okay, you've had your fun now in this over. Now just face out the last one so that I can take the next over. And wonder if they will have any field change. There is a man out at deep mid-wicket now, going out to the boundary, and a deep fine leg as well.
Still feel that even he played that shot, he was still hanging on the back foot. And good old-fashioned Yorker hopefully will come into play here.
Oh, another short delivery, and is the end of the 105th over now, as the total has gone up to 376 for 9. Titans still out here fighting. Corbin Bosch, he has moved up to 50 of 64 deliveries. Lukaku is on 6 of 11, and we do see that there will be a bowling change, as Marco Jansen will be coming in from the other end now, taking over from Brais Swanepoel.
Yeah, changing ends with Marco Jansen, who's 2 for 78, and as you mentioned, his first couple of overs went for a bit of runs. He wasn't that controlled, but even this morning I've noticed that he's pulling up very quickly, doesn't have a nice follow through, the rhythm isn't quite there, so he might just feel a bit more comfortable from this end. Hopefully the rhythm will get a little bit better.
Yeah, the field really spread out now for Corbin Bosch. Only the one slip or a gully that they'll have in place, but all the other fielders are third man, fine leg, deep square leg, long on, and even a Sommer. Let's just wait as they change it around and get a deep. But wicket's gone out. There's two sweepers on the offside as well.
That one just passing the outside edge, and the only one in the circle left is the solitary slip. There's literally not one fielder that is left in the circle.
Yeah, only the slip and nothing else. The mid-off isn't all the way back to the boundary. It's sort of hovering 3/4 of the way to the boundary, and maybe asking him to try and go over the top.
That is exactly, and the single not taken. And Marco Jansen does present something else with the extra bounce that he does get. To play through the line will be a little bit more difficult. Instead of just lifting it up in the air, you'll be waiting for that one that will misdirect it. And interesting to see if he's going to have a hard go at it or just try and place it. Every single fielder on the boundary, as you mentioned, except the mid-off, about 3/4 up.
Still just playing it out. Corbin Bosch. 3 balls remaining in the over. Interesting to see how he approaches this. Marco Jansen not giving him anything to just put away. Trying to keep it tight, and it'll be up to Corbin Bosch to decide. Will he only try to go for the last ball of the over to try and retain the streak? Maybe the last 2 deliveries? And the same question goes out to the Warriors captain, who I believe is really second in this match. And whether they will bring up the fielders for the last 2 deliveries of the over. Oh.
If this is going to be the tactics, I think they might leave it up until the last ball. If he gets a boundary, he gets a boundary, because they want to bowl at Bukako. And you can see the one fielder just coming in.
Yeah, Rudy second asking him to come into what would normally be the ring in a limited overs match. Marco Jansen just taking it across Corbin Bosch at this moment. Captain having a bit of a discussion with his bowler, asking him, do you want all your fielders in? And Marco Jansen says, yes, come into the ring please, or come into that 50-yard mark, getting close, and ask him to try and go over the top or just prevent the single.
Also asking his deep point to come in as well. And you can see the stance of Bosch just opening up there a little bit more. You might be thinking mid-wicket boundary. Oh, lovely push down the ground. Fantastic full face of the bat. And it is 4 runs to Bosch.
Yeah, just a little bit too easy from Marco Jansen. Floating at 1 too full. And Corbin Bosch had no hesitation to go down the ground with the fielders just coming up into the in close. Left that gap open for him to just push it down, and beautiful presentation of the bat. And he'll go back to looking for a single here to close things out.
You got to feel that Marco Jansen might feel, listen, I've got 2 fielders out there. He's driving, he's looking confident. This might be a bumper just to get Bukako on strike. Oh, trouble, and go!
That's a...
Why? That was a silly throw.
Yeah, that was a bit of a mistake there from the Warriors, giving away that single. After initially it looked like it could be close to a run out, but Bosch did end up getting back in time. And yeah, that not a good mistake to make at the end of the over. That means that Corbin Bosch will retain the strike. Just trying to see who the fielder was. Looks like it might be Andile Mokakane who threw that ball. The fielder from the fence should have also been coming in to prevent any overthrows.
In the defense of the fielder on the fence, I don't think he thought he's going to throw it, to be honest, because the plan was set out clearly. They don't want Bosch on strike. And you could see as soon as he threw it, he just turned around and walked to his next fielding spot, because he knew that the captain and Jansen might just have a bit of a stink eye to him there. It's 381 for the loss of 9 wickets. 106 overs gone. Bosch is on 55. He's facing up to Meyer. And Bokako nearly finishing 2 runs himself.
Yeah, Corbin Bosch once again, same tactic, declining runs earlier in the over. Try to go for a boundary when the fielders come up and then try to get a single off the last ball. It's a solid tactic, as long as the Warriors are giving him that single. So,
and also the Warriors might feel that because he's between the defense and the attacking mindset, they might just have a chance to maybe him popping up one in the air. Lovely delivery there by Meyer, because we can see that except for the square boundary fielders, the mid-on and the mid-wicket boundary is about 3/4 out. They're not on the fence, so they do have that carrot in front of him. Say if you want to go over, but you're not going to get too past us. Meyer 1 for 82. He's busy with his 21st over.
yeah, Mayer's been a bit of a journeyman. Coming from the Cape, went over to the Northwest Dragons. Now he's at the Warriors.
This time they take this single, and because I think that Bosch knows after this ball everyone would have come in a little bit more, trying to squeeze that one. Halfway through the over, Bokako has got to survive 3 balls from Meyer, and we saw in the last over he's not scared. He's going to take it on.
Yeah, he might just do that again. I see Corbin Bosch was almost reluctantly taking that single. I think he was still trying to make up his mind. Is this still too early in the over to do that? So that leaves him with 3 balls. And Meyer would dearly love to wrap things up here.
Oh, there's that fuller one we've been calling for. And Bokako just feeling for that one. And that's the difference between your top order batters and your, we won't call them tail enders, but your lower order batters, is where the off stump is. For your top order, they know exactly where the off stump is. They know what lengths and lines to leave. Where your lower order batters are more tending to actually hang the bat out there a little bit. And I feel they can just pitch it up here. 1 slip and also a 3rd slip.
Much more solid from Bokako there, just leaving that one easily. But again, I think the length is just that bit too short. Not really drawing Bokako forward, making him play. And it's something he needs to rectify here. He has 1 ball left in the over to try and do that. Otherwise, Corbin Bosch gets another free go in the next over.
And we saw that one mighty waft that he had that went to the square leg fence. They do have protection there now, but he hasn't tried to play anything over the bowler's head or with any conviction of the front foot. There we go. And immediately the power is gone there as well. That was much better. Have him driving. End of the over. It's 107 gone. It's 382 for the loss of 9 wickets. Marco Jansen will continue his work. He's bowled 26 overs, 2 for 83. Corbin Bosch, fantastic innings by him, continuing the great work done by Brais and Makanya. He is on 56 of 73 and valiantly supported in this partnership of 24 by Bokako, who's on 6 of 14.
Yeah, Bokako's looked solid enough, and also had that one lovely boundary that he'll talk about for the rest of the month over the Christmas table as well. And Corbin Bosch ready to face up again. Similar field, still very spread out. Exactly the same field as the last over. And it'll be interesting to see what Marco Jansen's tactic will be. Maybe just keep trying to take it across him, bring that 3rd slip into play.
Oh, lovely. Oh, and there's that extra bounce and lovely carry that we know from Marco Jansen.
Yeah, that spat up a bit of a length. And we've seen this whole morning. Some have been sticking a bit, going through higher. Some have kept low, like the wicket of Junior Dala. And so things are not easy out there this morning, and the Titans will be quite chuffed with the total they already have on the board.
They've added a few runs today. Great work by them. Oh, another one just going across Bosch. And he's eyeing up that cover region. And he's just not committing into the ball. Maybe want to get in line a little bit more. You can see him just practicing the shot. But Marco Jansen going across him is a different prospect.
Yeah, it's good to see Jansen bowling with a lot more control this morning. He had a difficult back end of the World Cup after initially starting it so well, and he didn't have the greatest T20 match the other day against India either, so it's good to see him back.
There we go. They might push for a second. Are they going to double up?
Corbin Bosch is going for it. Oh,
What?
oh no! Bukaku tries to evade the ball, and he ends up being run out. Instead of going and diving underneath it, he tries to evade the ball. Marco Jansen collects it and throws down the stumps, and that is the end of the Titans' innings. Not something you see every day, as they're bowled out for 383. I don't think Corbin Bosch will be too impressed with that effort from Claudio Bukaku. But the Warriors have wrapped things up.
Yeah, that was a comment of errors. Initially dropped down, fantastic calling by Corbin Bosch, and he's just got into his work. He was going to the danger end, technically, and Bukaku just having a bit of a, well, we in South Africa, that might be a bit of a load shedding moment there. Lights dimming there for a second. Yeah, we're having a good chuckle there. 383 all out in the 108th over. Bosch carrying his baddies on 57, and fantastic innings by the Titans. Yeah, I know we will have a look at that replay a couple of more times just to try and get a meme going, maybe even.
Yeah, Claudio Bukaku almost letting that ball pass in front of him, stopping for a while, giving it just enough room to go through to Marco Jansen, and he runs him out. And
you could actually see Marco Jansen's reaction. He couldn't believe his luck.
even Bukaku afterwards, almost holding his head, is like, what did I just do? If he just ran normally, he would have gotten to his crease easily. Even if it hit him, it wouldn't have been that painful. But yeah, a bit of a comedy of errors there from Claudio Bukaku. So it is the end of the innings. Brais Swan ending up as the leading wicket taker in the match so far. He took 5 for 83 in his 26 overs with 7 maidens, and he was ably supported by Marco Jansen, who took 2 for 83, including also a run out here at the back end. Ronaldo Meyer took 1 for 83 in his 21 overs. Patrick Creer, the other one to take a wicket, he took 1 for 42. Also some impressive work from Apiwe Mnyanda, who conceded 44 of his 13 overs, but he really gave some trouble to the batters early on yesterday. And with the sun coming out here, we'll take a short break in between innings here as the Titans get ready to come out to bowl.
Hello and welcome back to SuperSport Park in Centurion. We're on the second day of the CSA 4-day series match between the Momentum Multiply Titans and the Dafabet Warriors. And it's been a very good morning for the Titans so far. They took their overnight score of 346 for 8 to 383 all out. And very pleased to have Gert Maloney still on commentary with me. Gert, who has spoken many thousands of words in the last week, having covered the SAA game, as Corbin Bosch is into Javesh and Pillay, and that's a good start for both bowler and batsman. Gert, I think the Titans will be very happy with how things went this morning.
Yeah, I think they would be the happier of the two camps. Maybe not with the last wicket that fell, but they'll definitely be happier with the from the two. And Bosch will have his tail up as well. He scored him 50 with not being dismissed, so he'll feel good about himself. He'll still be nice and warmed up. And he's bowling with a big slip cord and 3 slips and a gully.
Oh, that one had Pillay in a bit of difficulty, shaping back into the left-hander. Inside edged, but he has survived. Yeah, Corbin Bosch really a wonderful 57 not out from him. Really undoing the damage that the Titans suffered yesterday evening against the second new ball. I think when the Titans were 270 for 3, they would have been looking at 380 as a bare minimum. But overall, I think having won the toss and elected to bat first, they'll be satisfied with 383. I fancy that was a catch. I fancy the leg glance by Pillay. He got a bit of bat on that, and Rivaldo Moonsamy diving, got quite a lot of glove on that, but down it went.
Not a lot of excitement in the slip cord in there, and also Corbin Bosch not showing any frustration. So it might be that it might have just passed the bat and just hit that pad.
Yeah, Corbin Bosch normally lets you know how he's feeling. So perhaps there wasn't bat involved there.
Oh, lovely shot.
Nicely driven by Pillay. They have to be quick for the single. Pillay is off the mark, but only just, as he took on Junior Dala at a mid-off, who is actually one of the better fielders in this Titans team.
Yes, he's very agile still, and he does have a very good arm as well. And as we saw there come around, and Pillay, I think, just wanted to get off the mark. He hasn't looked all that comfortable against Bosch. As we see Herman facing up, whose brother played for the SAA team and has scored 95 and was absolutely gutted when he threw his wicket away on 95.
Both very talented young batsmen. Bosch in. It's a nice start again, just nipping the ball back a little bit into the left-handers, who will be concerned about the ball going across them and the packed slip cordon.
And Bosch just showing that he's got all the tricks in the bag. Moving it in. And as you said, they would be looking at that slip cordon and thinking the ball is coming across any second. And then just a double bluff. Only a fine leg on the fence. 3 slips, a gully.
Again, it's been an excellent first over from Corbin Bosch. Herman keeps that one out a little bit awkwardly, and it's 1 without loss after the first over. Just to update you on the bonus point situation from the first innings. Bonus points, of course, collected in the first 100 overs only, and I suppose they tell a little bit of a tale about how the Titans will be slightly the happier team. The Titans getting 5.06 batting points, and the Warriors got 3 bowling points. They were only 10 balls late in actually taking the 9th wicket, which would have been a 4th bowling point for them.
And that is what makes this format so interesting, is even though you're a little bit down and out, there's always an opportunity for you just to pick up a point in the match. As we saw the excitement of Gerald Coetzee coming in.
This is a moment that I've certainly been waiting for. Highly anticipated. Gerald Coetzee, his first ball for the Titans. No, it's a false start.
might not be the best idea for Pillay to work up Kutsia this early in his innings.
Yeah, he's a wonderfully aggressive, enthusiastic cricketer who's really taken South African cricket by storm. It's not a bad start by Kutsia, just
The ball
hanging
not
it
really
out there.
carrying to the keeper there. I know it's his first delivery, but if you see where the keeper took that one, was round about the ankles. It's a bit of an even bounce from this end.
If anything, the pitch seems to have slowed down a bit this morning compared to yesterday. Yesterday there were some deliveries that showed good bounce. It's a bit too wide by Kutsia, wasting the noon ball a bit. I chatted to groundsman Brian Bloyd before play yesterday, and he expected a pretty typical SuperSport Park pitch, as you and Werner were chatting about earlier, that it is going to go up and down. He thought maybe even a bit earlier than in some other games, and we've certainly seen signs of that already today.
Yeah, and even that ball that went through the keeper was very much a balloon bounce. We know Gerald Kutsia, when he gets going, that ball thuds into the keeper's gloves, and it's almost a nonchalant take at the moment by the keeper. But let's wait. Only 3 balls in.
And yesterday the pitch had a definite greenish tinge to it, which might have had Titans captain Neil Brunt thinking a little bit about whether to bat first, but he seems to have made the right decision. Pitch certainly more brown than green today.
Oh, there's a bit of a waft as the ball just passes the outside edge.
There does seem to still be a bit in it for the bowlers though today. We saw a little bit of seam movement from the Warriors with their newish ball. They started with a ball that was 14 overs old this morning, and certainly a little bit of swing on offer as well. That one took off a little bit. There's that little bit of extra bounce that kind of comes out of nowhere sometimes.
And then we kind of identify with Kutsia. He is a very hard on sleeve bowler. He can run in, and I suspect by his 3rd over, once that bandana gets a bit wetter, he's going to be firing in. And Herman and Pillay has really got a task on their hands here.
Is it a bandana or a sweatband, Kat?
Well, it's not the traditional John McEnroe sweatband.
That very wide delivery nearly went to one of the 3 slips on a gully that Kutsia is operating with.
Maybe just asking them if the ball comes, are you going to take it? You know, just waking them up a little bit. But yeah, as I said, it's not the general McEnroe sweatband. It almost looks like a bandana. As you can see, the knot at the back of his head there.
It's Karate Kid, isn't it?
Ah, there we go. Talk about movies like that. We're going to give you our age there, kid. Luckily, they did a remake.
I've heard about Karate Kid.
Oh yes.
Never actually watched it.
Luckily, they did a remake in the modern era.
Correct. And so that's the end of the 2nd over, 2 without loss. Kutsia just struggling to find his radar a little bit. A few deliveries a bit too wide of off stump. Corbin Bosch bowled an excellent first over. Certainly has been his morning so far, Kat.
Yes, he's looking very comfortable as well. Coming in, rhythm looking good, and he was quite warm coming off the pitch as well, as Bukaka would have been the one that undressed very quickly out of his pads.
Inside edge again to square leg, who moves smartly to do the fielding. No run.
One thing that I have noticed between the two teams, even this morning, is not a lot of chatter. There's not a lot of talk. The Titans, we know, generally warms up as the innings goes on. They need that 1 or 2 wickets just to go, or maybe something to happen in the match just to warm up a little bit. Munsami is still encouraging Bosch.
it was heavily overcast when we started play this morning. Quite dull. Maybe made the mood a bit somber, but we're seeing a bit more blue sky. Still a lot of cloud around though. But I'm sure as the Titans get into their work with the ball, we'll hear the verbal levels rise a bit.
Bosch coming into Herman. Oh, just lifted up in the air there. Oof.
Yeah, it was chipped by Herman, but fairly well short of mid-on. Had a bit of a loose drive, not his best shot.
Yes, and I could see nearly in the game for a different reason than the bowling.
Was a better stroke by Jordan Herman. Just the previous one chipped him mid-on again, just an indication of perhaps the two-pace nature of this pitch. Bosch again to Herman. That's too full and it's punched on the bounce over mid-off, and that'll be the first boundary of the innings. Goes the way of Jordan Herman and also gets him off the mark. He's had a very solid 4-day season so far. 222 runs before this innings in 6 knocks, 2 not outs, so averaging 55. He's got 100 and a half century, and definitely one of the bright young talents of South African batsmanship.
Yes, and also what makes him so good is that shape that he keeps. That one that he popped up, losing a bit of shape. This one just hitting it into the deck, and brilliant shape just through the line ball. Just a punch, and that ball flew off the bat.
Oh, it's a wonderful comeback by Corbin Bosch. Just the perfect length that drew Herman forward, and then it bounced and seamed away. And I guess Herman did well just to play the initial line.
And it is just that 1 meter drag back of the length.
Too many seasons further on.
And it just shows to the Division 2 that you guys are not forgotten about. It's just because you're playing there, it doesn't mean that we're not watching. It doesn't mean that we don't see you. We see the runs, we see the stats. And here's one of them that's racked up the stats pretty handsomely. And yeah, I must agree with you. I think it is one of those players that after this India A tour will be looked upon differently.
The hero with the ball for the Warriors in the first innings, Brais Swan, 5 for 83. Another man who played a lot of Division 2 cricket for the Northern Cape side. Oh, it's an edgy drive! But Pillay, it's a no ball.
Yeah, that is something that a fast bowler is always searching for, that extra yard of pace. He's searching for that, maybe that little bit of fuller line. He's just dragging that foot out. He might be just stretching those steps a little bit, and then the realization that you've got to do it all over again, go back to your mark and bowl the ball again. And luckily, just a dot. We've seen so many times a wicket ball on that no ball.
Yeah, so that is the end of another very good over from Corbin Bosch. 3 overs for 10 runs. Quite a few of those have been off the edge of the bat. And the Warriors are 12 without loss after 5. Just continuing with the scores for those of you wondering what's happening in Pietermaritzburg. Well, unfortunately, there's no play there at the moment. Inland are 17 for 1, replying to the Rocks' total of 232 all out. And just some test match cricket, day 2 of the test in Perth between Australia and Pakistan. And Pakistan have made a good fist of their reply to Australia's total of 487. They're currently 122 for 1. As Gerald Coetzee will continue to Jordan Harriman.
Oh.
And a quick single, very well judged, wide of mid-off. And it was a good ball by Coetzee and very good batting by Harriman and running between the wickets with Pillay.
It's great running there, and we saw, even though the one thing noticed, he played it hard, he played it solid, it was well timed, but the calling between the two has been great there. Immediately set off, didn't hesitate whatsoever, just set off all the run, and Pillay trusting the call.
It's nicely turned by Pillay, past the short leg. In a flash, it was well timed. And finally gets across. They might have been able to get 2 there, but it's just a single. No, they got 2. They did get 2. I was wondering, it always looked like it should have been 2.
Yeah, the running between the wickets. And in the Harriman family, I can tell you now, the running between him and his brother also was probably telling in their younger days as well. Playing there in the backyard. He's a very good runner of the crease. Knows exactly when and where to go.
Oh no, that's a rather ugly drive by Javesh and Pillay, and lucky not to get the edge there. Yeah, the Harriman brothers and also the other Harriman batsmen who aren't related, all of them built a little bit like racing snakes.
Very quick across the park as well. Great fielders as well. Nice to have in the team. Pillay, that one just closing up the face and playing away from his body there. The ball going in between him and the stumps.
That's much better in terms of handling that. Good delivery from Gerald Coetzee.
You can just hear the Titan fielders just livening up. As we said, they need something to happen, and that badly executed drive, as you pointed out, might have just gotten them going a little bit, because we immediately see Coetzee going a lot straighter, going a bit more at Pillay.
It's off the outside half of the bat. It's slipped through the hands of Gully, so they will get a single. Pillay will go to 9, the total 16 without loss. Jordan Harriman back on strike, and you mentioned his fielding chat. He was particularly impressive yesterday in the field for the Warriors. Him and Andile Mokhakani really patrolling the cover field particularly well.
Yeah, he's very agile, very quick on the feet, and great anticipation of the ball when they field.
Oh, that really should not have been sparred at by Harriman, but good bowling by Coetzee. Drew him into it. It was just outside off stump. Pulled the length back. There was bounce. And that was danger for the batsman. End of the over, 16 without loss.
Pillay is on 9 and Harriman is on 5. The partnership has gone into double figures. They're on 16 without loss. And always important to have your first wicket partnership stay intact, especially facing up to the new ball. If they can see the new bowlers off and get the first change bowlers on, which won't be any respite for them.
Yeah, I think overall you would say it's not a bad batting pitch if you can stay in. Bosch starts with a full delivery. Pillay can't beat mid-on with the drive.
And if you think of the bowlers still to come, you got Junior Dala. That's a very handy first change bowler to have. So no respite for the batters, but that shine of the new ball might just be off a little bit. You get a read on the pitch a lot better as well, what to leave, what to play.
Certainly no lack of pace in this Titans bowling attack. Bosch, Coetzee, Junior Dala to follow. Junior Dala very seldom takes the new ball these days. Oh, and that's a painful blow for Javesh and Pillay. Dala happy operating when there's a bit of shine gone off the ball. And we are happy to see your feedback on our YouTube channel. We'll just go through a few of those messages in between deliveries and in between the erudite comments of Gert Maloney.
And of course the legend Ken Borland. 16 without loss. And that one hurt Pele, showing no pain to the bowler.
He rubbed it a couple of times. That's well played. He's angled it down. It's off the outside half of the bat. It's gone wide of Gully, and it's a super effort by Develop Brais
Fantastic fielding
in the field to stop it from going across the boundary. But they've gone through for 3.
Fantastic fielding there by Brais. That was a teaser. Very easy to let those ones just go, but the bowler really appreciates that one. The bowler appreciates that one single that you've saved. It just shows the commitment. And we spoke about it in length in the 4-day game as well with the SAA. It's not just playing with each other, it's playing for each other as well. And that is one thing that we've noticed with the younger players coming through. That is something that's been emphasized in the franchises. You got to play for each other. So even that one will show the bowler, I'll do anything to stop the ball for you.
Well, one of my pet hates, not having a third man, firstly. And secondly, I just think it shouldn't be allowed that a batsman gets an edge and gets 4 runs. So that's why I hate not having a third man. It just seems wrong, you know.
Yeah.
Batsman, you beat the batsman, you find the edge, and he gets 4 runs. It's just wrong.
We saw yesterday with the Centurion, Rajan Paul as well, got an absolute jaffer from Plykies. His very first ball that he faced, squared him up completely, pitching on middle and leg and moving away from the left-hander. And he got an edge through between slip and the 2 gullies they had in place. And that kick-started his innings. And from there, he scored 160. So, yeah, it's one of those things that could just get you going.
Yeah, you very seldom actually see a third man these days in first-class cricket. People always ask, okay, well, which fielder are you going to sacrifice for the third man? It's a good length again from Bosch, and Herman pushing forward, getting the inside half of the bat to mid-wicket.
A little bit of hard hands there by Herman, pushing hard at the ball. And as a bowler, that's what you want. That's what you want to see, because if the nick then is found, if the edge of the bat is found, it will carry to that slip cordon. With the pitch being a little bit too pace and dying down a little bit in pace, that slip cordon, especially that first slip, might want to come in a step or 2 because it might not carry.
Well, second and third are, by SuperSport Park standards, very close to the bat. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery by Corbin Bosch. Wonderful way to end the over. He will say it would have been even better if he had found the edge. It's 20 without loss after 7 overs.
As we saw with that last ball where the keeper took that, it was right on the ankle. So if he nicks it down to first slip, he has no chance. So I think the discussion between keeper and first slip would be, if he nicks it, you go for it.
So, looking at our YouTube comments, hello to you, Sikulile Twarelo Nkosi. Good to have you with us, and thank you very much, Solanova, who says, so thankful for this broadcast. It's like watching old Curry Cup, like when I was a kid, and the national team members also participated. Indeed, Solanova, so good to see the likes of Gerald Coetzee, who will bowl now from the West Lane end, Marco Jansen in action, Dean Elgar. Here's Coetzee to Pele. But 2 leg side. Short leg thought he was in business there. But it was down to ground before him, and they will come back for the second run. Pele will go to 16.
Doubling up on that one.
He's the scoreboard's very quick to give him those 2 runs. He's on 14. Total 22 without loss. And we're very grateful to the support of the Titans for this broadcast, and to Cricket South Africa and Pitch Vision for the platform. So that's a good delivery from Coetzee, but well defended by Pele.
As you mentioned, an absolute honor to be here at SuperSport Park, bringing you this live action that you necessarily won't see otherwise.
The hilarious guy is not that hilarious because he asks, when will the rain come? That's unnecessary, surely.
He's probably dancing in his living room.
Coetzee now coming around the wicket.
Oh.
And he gets the leading edge and loops out into the covers, but into an empty spot. No fielder could have got to that.
Oh, that was the ball that they were looking for, and that ball just straightening up on Pillay from around the wicket. Getting that leading edge, he's definitely looked a lot. He's looked uncomfortable against Coetzee. He hasn't settled in. He hasn't found his feet.
Straight away, the change of angle from Coetzee causing problems. Still 3 slips and a gully and a short leg for him. And Coetzee has really settled on good lines very early on in this innings.
Still going 3 slips, a gully. A conventional point for Coetzee. And then that man underneath the helmet, that's the oohs and the ahs you've heard. It's just going to the left or going to the right of him. And from this angle, he might be in play a bit more.
Absolutely. Oh, no, it was not an edge. Or is it? No, the batsman's walking just down the pitch. That swung a lot and very late. Coetzee thought he had the edge, certainly. But wicketkeeper Moonsamy and the slips knew that there was no contact. Wow, that moved.
That was an extraordinary ball. It's the first one that we've seen, I think, in the game, and in a while that's got that extravagant movement. That wasn't just lateral, it came off the pitch as well. Might have hit the seam and gone, but credit to Moonsamy and the guys in the back. They knew there was nothing. Pillay missed that one by quite a margin. The only one that was very excited and interested was Coetzee.
Well, it'll certainly perk up the bowlers seeing that, and give the batsmen a little bit more to think about. 22 without loss after 8 overs now.
And Coetzee starting to ref up a little bit more. Partnership has gone to 22. And again, this is a great opening partnership. More importantly, the fact that the Warriors have not lost the wicket. And it's been close. We've had a couple of close calls. We had a couple of oohs and ahs. We had the one just evading Diteko's left hand from Bosch.
And it is Bosch who continues from the Henops River end. That's a lovely straight drive. Great fielding by Corbin Bosch. That certainly saved 4 runs.
Yeah, always nice to feel off your bowling, and it's so difficult to get down low as you go through your follow through to actually get down to that ball, especially if it's hits as solid as it was. And you see so many drop catches when it comes to the fast bowlers. It's normally the easy ones that they let go because you expect the ball to come at you a lot quicker than it does because it's all reflex.
Yeah, the reflex catches are almost easier than the ones where you have a lot of time to think about it. Nicely driven again, but cannot beat mid-off.
Lovely sound of the bat.
Jordan Herman might be getting a little bit frustrated. He's only on 5. He's starting to go quite hard at the ball, hitting the drives hard, but not able to beat the fielders at the moment.
Yeah, just picking out the white instead of the green. Picking out the fielders. Timing it sublimely at the moment. He's already faced 16 deliveries. Only the 1-4. And if you take that in context, he's 5 of 16 and with the 1-4, so there's only 2 scoring shots. So 14 dots for him. He does struggle with it, getting bobbed down a bit. He does not like it whatsoever. He's a very positive, fluent player. But Bosch and Coetzee has really tightened the screws here.
Yeah, they've bowled well with the new ball. Certainly it's been probing. It's been intriguing battle, these first 8.5 overs of the Warriors' first innings. And that's off the thigh pad. Doesn't really dribble very far at all, and no run.
And you've got to ask the question now, how does Captain Hilbrand feel? How long will he have his expressmen on? Will he give them an extended spell here because they are probing so much? Would he get Junior Dala maybe in from one side, do a double change? So Neil Brandt, you can actually see him just walking around. You can actually hear him thinking about what to do, where to go to.
Yeah, I guess, it's not saying that Bosch and Coetzee have bowled badly at all, but they haven't managed to make the breakthrough. 9 overs in. Maybe just a little change. Bing Dala in, and Bosch and Coetzee will probably both be fresh enough to have a second go with a newish ball after Dala's bowled a bit as well. Get the most out of them. Ooh. Change of angle by Bosch, and also almost immediately bearing fruit as Jordan Herman a bit stuck in the crease and poking at that delivery outside off stump.
Kept a bit low as well. It was almost similar, although it was the other end, to the dismissal of Dala that we saw as well. That one just died on Herman a little bit, but he was trapped in the crease. And that's the instance where it's a little bit fortunate, because if he lunged forward to that one, getting an inside edge onto the stumps would have been possible as well.
That's nicely played by Herman. Probing delivery from Bosch, and he just steers it very safely down to gully. End of the over, 22 without loss. For those of you who want to keep an eye on the game at Newlands, Western Province, against the Northwest Dragons, where George Linder and Onke and Yaku are leading a bit of a recovery. They've added 53 now for the 7th wicket, taking Western Province to 231 for 6. So just 5 runs behind the Dragons' first innings total. There is now also live commentary on our YouTube feed, courtesy of James King down at Newlands. So if you're interested in that game, do keep an eye on it, but don't leave us. We love having you with us, as well as Coetzee is in, and that's just left alone by Javesh and Pillay.
Yeah, I put one feed on the tablet, one feed on the laptop, the other one on the cell phone. You can follow all the games as we bring it to you live, and keep abreast of what is bubbling under, because the World Cup is now past. So we got to look at the stars of the future. What do we have? Are we going to see a Herman maybe in there? Are we going to see a different shift in guard?
There we go. Gert Maloney, he may have watched Karate Kid on the first day of its release, but he's up to date with all the technology. He's got the, what did you say, laptop, tablet and cell phone.
And cell phone, yes.
There we go.
So the advantage of having young kids, they teach you all these things.
Coetzee staying around the wicket to Javesh and Pillay. 3 slips and a gully, and the short leg.
No.
Tries out the lifter, but it was a bit too wide, and Pillay not troubled by that.
Happy just to let it go through, but you can actually hear the effort there. There was just a little bit more in it. Coetzee might feel that he only has maybe these 3 balls in his 5th over, and maybe 1 more over after this. So he's just giving that a little bit extra, giving that impetus, maybe trying to get a breakthrough so he can get that extra over. And as I said, Neil Brandt might be thinking, when do I bring in the changes?
Nice and compact defence by Pillay, no run. Yeah, it's a difficult one, because Bosch and Coetzee are bowling well, let's be honest. And I guess generally you don't want to just make changes for change's sake. Patience always is
always a important thing. And also with lunch glooming, it's about 20 minutes away. When do you take the pace off? maybe an over or two before lunch. See if the batters don't want to go for one or two.
I don't know. There's only 20 minutes left. I mean, I know it's almost tradition for a spinner to bowl an over before lunch. But why? Why? The ball's still pretty new. I'm sure Dala will have an over at least before lunch.
I'm thinking of someone like a Neil Brandt, who's got a bit of a round arm action very high. He might cause a bit of problems with a new harder ball.
Yeah, there's a little bit of turn out there. Yesterday, Rudy second got one or two to turn, but especially to bounce, which, as you say, that's the real strength of Neil Brandt.
As we see that change that we've been talking about, Kutsia coming off, and the very experienced Junior Dala coming in.
Yeah, Corbin Bosch bowling 5 overs for 14 runs. Bowled better than those figures suggest. They were a few off the edge. And Junior Dala will come thundering down from the Henops River end. Certainly no respite in terms of pace for the Warriors. And Junior Dala is enjoying a very good season with the ball in red ball cricket. He's taken 12 wickets in 2 matches at an average of just 21. He's been the leading wicket taker for the Titans. Merrick Brett and Ayat Kamani, neither of whom are playing in this match, have both taken 11 wickets. It's a wonderful cut shot first up though by Jordan Herman. He stood tall and punched that in front of square. It is just going to beat the fielder to the boundary.
A lovely shot, getting right up over the ball, and that timing, sublime.
And the control in the shot, nice and compact. It wasn't the most comfortable of deliveries to play, especially with the spongy bounce, but very well handled by Jordan Herman, and that'll ease whatever frustrations he had of not scoring a bit quicker. He's gone to 9. Oh, that's very wide from Junior Dala.
I think very lucky to get away with that one. We saw a wide called from Gerald Kutsia.
But the only good thing about that delivery was that there was a little bit of shape away towards the end of the ball's path. Junior Dala, not known as a big swinger of the ball.
But his seam position is normally very, very good, so he does get the ball to nip off the seam.
That's a wayward delivery, and Herman bailing out of the hook shot. Very well taken behind the stumps by Rivaldo Moonsamy.
Yeah, he moved about 10 meters across to get to that ball. It's almost, and I think that might be the reason why Herman actually just bailed out of the shot. The ball just kept going. It didn't stop. It just kept going with the angle. He knew with that deep fine leg, he might just be in a bit of trouble if he helps it on its way.
Sinatemba Kashile, their Warriors wicketkeeper, had a busy day diving down the leg side yesterday a lot. Moonsamy will be hoping that his bowlers are a little bit more consistent in terms of their lines. So far so good. Bosch and Kutsia with the new ball. Dala just spraying his last 2 deliveries either side of the stumps. And a short leg comes into play. It's not really a short leg, it's actually a backward short square leg. Oh, beautiful delivery. Was there a feather? The Titans are absolutely adamant. Everyone behind the stumps is absolutely certain that there was a little feather on that. But umpire Andre Olivier is unmoved. And to be fair, I don't think I heard anything up here.
And there was no movement after it passed the bats as well. It did straighten up, but there was nothing else. And just looking at the Titans fielders, they feel hard done by the call. It looked very convincing. Everyone was running in. Junior Dala was almost running through to celebrate. And the umpire just said, nothing on it. Herman didn't look back either. Ooh, might be a let-off.
Yeah, it was all absolutely immediate, wasn't it? There was no hesitation from any of the Titans players in terms of appealing.
And it was one of those where it wasn't just appealing, it was almost celebrating already the wicket. And that's the one they want just before lunch, about 15 minutes to go before we have lunch. The reason why you ring the changes, in the corner of our eye we can see Bukaka also just warming up. It might be a double change coming up.
Coming back into the left-hander, who plays it well through mid-wicket for a single. Herman will go to 10 and the total 27 without loss. Just looking at the replay of that caught behind, Junior Dala almost seemed to think it was a formality that it was going to be given out. I wonder if there wasn't, it was close to the bat, that's for sure. I wonder if there wasn't just a little bottom corner of the bat, a little scratch that went through to the wicket keeper. Anyway, end of Junior Dala's first over, an eventful one, 27 without loss after 11 overs. And Clyde Bukaka is indeed going to come on from the West Lane end, replacing Gerald Coetzee. So a double change for the Titans.
They might just feel that the change is necessary, maybe resting up, giving that big fast bowlers, Bosch and Coetzee, extra couple of minutes to rest, and then include lunch in that and maybe bring them back after lunch for another burst.
Bukaka hasn't had the greatest start to the season, 5 wickets at an average of 39, conceding 4 runs and over. But that's a good start. Angling in off stump, a decent length as well.
Bukaka's got a very smooth action, going nice long strides. He does have a tendency to bowl that front foot no ball because of those long strides. He does stretch it out a little bit. But I think Herman and Pillay will be breathing a bit more, a sigh of relief when it comes to the bowlers.
Off the bottom edge by Herman, trying to cut that away.
Might feel that he has missed out there.
It was a little bit close to him, angling in from around the wicket. I don't think Bukaka will be too upset to see that shot being played.
Got to wonder what the conversation was to Bukaka from Neil Brandt, saying, listen, we've got Junior Dala operating on the other end. This is what we want to do. Be more attacking. Let's see if we can't get a breakthrough here.
I imagine first thing will just be to hit his lengths and get his lines right. And so far so good. Pretty tidy by Bukaka.
Getting very close to that front line. Almost teasing it. And yeah, you can just feel the energy just lifting up from the fielders as well. They know lunch is imminent, so they want that one. They just want to get on the scoreboard, just to get into the W's, get a wicket here somewhere, a run out, a catch, a big appeal. Anything want to go their way.
Well, they had a big appeal in the previous over. It didn't turn out for them. That's nicely driven by Herman wide of mid-off for a single. And yes, a breakthrough for the Titans would really cap a very good morning for them. They resumed on 346 for 8 and managed to take their first innings all the way to 383, with Corbin Bosch doing a fabulous job of marshalling the tail, scoring 57 not out. He and Junior Dala, who faced 54 balls and scored just 5, but helped put on 41 very valuable runs for the 9th wicket with Corbin Bosch.
Yeah, did a great job with the big fast bowler. At 41 runs in the tail is always welcome. Bukaka not known for express pace. He does get the ball to nip away from the left-handers and into the right-handers. He's no Gerald Coetzee by any stretch of the imagination.
He's also got 3 slips on the gully, but no one under the helmet catching close on the leg side. And that ball is just glanced behind square on the leg side down to foul leg for a single by Pillay. Takes him to 15, 29 without loss, and 12 overs gone.
Fantastic work here by Herman and Pillay. Just marshalling, knowing that lunch is around the corner. I don't think they'll go too expensive. And as we say, top of the morning to you. Good afternoon. It is just past 12 o'clock. Just past half day. And the clouds is still in the air, but it does not look threatening at the moment. There was a bit of rain scheduled late in the afternoon, around about 5 o'clock.
Yes, well, I know our pitch vision team have been fairly confident in predicting 3 o'clock for rain. I'm seeing a very enthusiastic nod of the head to the right of me. So
they had a bit of scattered showers earlier as well here somewhere.
Coffee showers, yes, a bit of a unfortunate accident may have interrupted the broadcast. But Junior Dala will continue from the head observer end, round the wicket to Javesh and Pillay. 3 slips and a short leg.
Oh, very well judged. Very well judged leave there.
I see Dala's operating with really a deep point. He's not on the boundary. He's about 10, 15 yards in. But wouldn't you rather see a gully for Dala than a deep point? To be fair, Dala does actually take a few wickets from people cutting to a deep point.
Neil Brandt has been inclined to give him a deep point. And especially with that man under the helmet. And as you mentioned earlier, Junior Dala not known for swinging the ball, but he is straightening it up. From that angle around the wicket, he's actually pitching it, just straightening up a little bit more. So they might feel that if he's going to go wide, as we saw bowl a couple of wide ones, if the batter is going to have a go, that is just saving the boundary as well. And they might just have him bowl a little bit straighter with the man under the helmet. He got the 3 slips, maybe attack the stumps a little bit more, and then move it away from there.
Well, that is just prodded through the point area. Deep point does come in to do the fielding. Just a single for Pillay. He'll go to 16, total 30 without loss.
And this is where the chatter will begin, because they'll probably feel, Hadman will say, listen, I missed that ball by a country mile. They say you hit the leather of it, my friend. So the chatter will definitely start here, encouraging Junior Dala, telling him that you already had him once.
Oh, it's a beauty by Junior Dala. He normally bowls a slightly shorter length than that, but that was just a fantastic length. Herman coming forward, but he couldn't get to it, and it bounced and seamed away.
Brilliant, brilliant delivery. That's the same one that the Titans felt that they had the edge with, is the ball just pitching, and the angle looks like it's coming into the batter, and then he just straightens up. Doesn't swing away, just straightens up. And Junior Dala, oh, he's bowling a couple of pearlers.
Oh, and now Herman tries to pull that away through the leg side, but is rushed a bit, inside edges it onto himself. And that was the shot of someone who might be getting a little bit edgy. Herman on 11. He's faced well over 30 deliveries now.
33 deliveries for his 11. Pillay, 46 deliveries for their 16.
That's nicely clipped. Follow from Dala on the pads, and Herman puts it away with aplomb. 4 runs for him.
See Junior just lifting up his hand there, apologizing to Brandt, knowing that that one was too full. The plan was there, but the length was important. And lovely shot there by Herman, just leaning into that one and caressing it through mid-wicket.
Yeah, and also 2 straight from Junior Dala. He does have 2 men on the boundary down the leg side, but that was just 2 full, 2 straight. And wonderfully clipped through mid-wicket for 4 to end the over, 34 without loss. And Clyde Bukaka will bowl his second over. He may get a third in before lunch. 6 minutes to go. Probably not. It's pushing forward Pillay. Not entirely convincing off the outside half of the bat to point.
Yeah, Bukaka might use this one to get this last 5 deliveries in and see how much he can extract from the deck and really go hard and see if he can't get a breakthrough for the Titans here. The Warriors' plan will be, let's go into lunch without losing a wicket. Let's get going. After lunch again, work off that deficit. It's just gone under 350 now.
Again, the ball dying before it reaches wicketkeeper Moonsamy.
And with the lunch imminent and batters might be looking to leave a lot more, I just feel that the bowlers just need to go a little bit more attacking and see if we're going into lunch, play a shot or two. Let's see if you can't extract something from there. Don't bowl defensively at them.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Kat. I know they are bowling a little bit outside or stump, but I think it is still being attacking. There are 3 slips and a gully. It's building pressure. I think especially to someone like Jordan Herman, who likes to feel bat on ball a bit. It's not a bad strategy. We've seen as soon as you get 2 straight and onto the pads, these two are scoring quite well.
I think the length has been perfect they've been bowling. I think it's just the line that I'll be a little bit more attacking on. Like that. Just get them playing for these last couple of deliveries before lunch. The length is fine, but just get a little bit more attacking, get a little bit more into the channel. It just creates a different sort of pressure because now you just can't leave the ball. You've got to play at every single ball. And with Junior Dala getting the movement of the deck like he is, it just becomes a bit more probing. It just becomes a little bit of a different scenario for a batter. And also they'll be telling him, don't go out before lunch. They'll be in the ear.
It's a short ball that didn't really get up that much, and Pillay was a bit awkward in playing that, but did well in the end. Gets it down very fine to fine leg for a single. He goes to 17, 35 without loss.
Not completely sure where he wanted to play that. It was almost like he was just trying to paddle it around the corner.
I think the lack of bounce kind of surprised him a bit. He adapted well there.
And I also think with Bukaka not being express pace, the ball might have not gotten to him as fast as he thought.
End of the over, 14 gone, 35 without loss. Pillay on 17, Herman on 15.
35 without loss, and that is the important thing, is without loss. Deficit has gone to under 350. It's 348 for the Warriors still to get to wipe off the deficit. And this will most likely be the very last over before lunch. And they would desperately need a breakthrough here with the Titans. Warriors would just want to go into lunch unscathed.
So we having the short square leg in place once again, and 3 slips. The deep point has now come into a conventional point for Junior Dala, and again he beats the batsman outside off stump. Division Pillar, that one actually came back at the left-hander, but still just whistling past the outside edge of the bat.
Junior Dala is asking all the right questions, and at the moment there's no answers.
Yeah, well, it's difficult for the left-hander when you have a man of Dala's pace angling it into you. All the while you're thinking it's coming in towards you, and then he's shown the ability to get it to bounce and leave the batsman off the deck. That's well put away, uppishly, but it would have been an absolute fluke catch by short leg if he'd got it, and it runs away to the backward square leg boundary.
Yeah, that would have been probably one of the catches of the season if he plucked that out of the air, because that ball was flying. It was great timing by Pillay. I think that is the ball that he's timed the best throughout the day so far.
And of course, using the pace of the bowler as well. So Pillay into the 20s now, 21 not out. The opening partnership worth 39. Fuller from Dala, a watchful push by Pillay to mid-on.
3 balls to go before lunch.
I see Dinalga at second slip wiping sweat on the ball. When did that become legal again, Gert?
No, the sweat has become legal for the last 2 seasons or so. You are just not allowed to use any saliva on the ball.
That's right, correct. I've got my bodily fluids mixed up.
The sweat is fine. I feel it doesn't have that much of a impact, and even with suntan lotion and that sort of stuff, it doesn't have that much of an impact on the ball. So they are happy with the guys using the sweat of the eyebrow and maybe of the arms.
Well, suntan lotion obviously is illegal, but I think since the invention of suntan lotion, cricketers have worked out that you can use it with sweat.
Yeah.
Keep that ball shiny. Oh, again, wonderful bowling by Junior Dala, and you could see Javesh and Pillay really in 2 minds there. Should I play? Should I leave? He ended up sort of half leaving on length, I think, as much as anything else, and it did bounce over the stumps.
But the periscope was still there. The bat was still hanging in the way. So it's almost those 3 minds. Should I play? Should I leave? What's for lunch? Oh, that was close.
We did see in the Titans innings that their batsmen playing here on their home ground were much more comfortable leaving on length. That was easier to leave because it was pretty wide, and the players will now leave the field. That's the lunch break here at SuperSport Park. Lunch on the second day, and it's been an intriguing first session with the Titans going from their overnight score of 346 for 8 to 383 all out. Corbin Bosch doing a fantastic job with his 57 not out, while there were 5 wickets for Brais Swanepoel, 4 of them with the second new ball. He was very impressive indeed. And the Warriors have negotiated 15 overs to the lunch break. And they've had a couple of scares, but Javesh and Pillay on 21 and Jordan Herman on 15 have done a very good job in taking them to 39 without loss. The deficit 344, and before Gert Maloney rushes off for lunch, we'll just get some closing thoughts from him.
I think this was a brilliant session, a great competition between bat and ball. I love the way that Junior Dala was attacking the batters the whole time. He wasn't scared to go for that 1 or 2, and Pillay just had no answers to him. So great work by Dala, and also Bosch and Kutsia. Bosch only conceding 14 runs in his 5 overs, which 2 of them was boundaries. It was a 3 and a boundary that was through the slip cordon as well from the edges. So he bowled a lot better than that suggests. And then Kutsia just conceding 8 in his 5 overs. And Junior Dala, that 14, that's naught for 14 is also very one of those things that you look at the figures and think, 14 runs of his 3 overs, but it was brilliantly bowled by him.
Great, so that's lunch at SuperSport Park, and do join us in 45 minutes or so, where we'll pick up the afternoon session of this very important CSA 4-day series game. The Dafabet Warriors are currently top of the log with 59.74 points. So they have just about a 9-point lead at the top. Victory in this game will obviously put them in a very good position as we enter the second half of the competition. The Titans are in 4th place, a little bit over 15 points behind the Warriors. So a big match for them as well. If they can win this game, then they put themselves right back at the top as well. So cheers for now. we'll chat later in the afternoon.
first ball after lunch, and Jordan Herman faces up to Claudio Bokako. Welcome back to day 2 of the match between the Momentum Multiplied Titans and the Dafabet Warriors here at SuperSport Park. Warriors resuming after lunch on 39 without loss. They faced the 15 overs after bowling out the Titans earlier on in the day. They're still trailing by 344 runs. Corbin Bosch brought up a half century. With me I have Ken Borland. How are you, Ken?
Well, good, thanks, Werner. Our usual very good lunch at SuperSport Park. And intriguing afternoon lies ahead, I think.
It should be intriguing. The Warriors have made a good start. There has been some nice movement for the Titans bowlers before lunch, but they just haven't been able to make any incision thus far. Jordan Herman and Jefferson Brais should feel a lot more comfortable now, but need to get their eyes in again.
Yeah, that ball into the 16th over now. Interesting that Claudio Bokako is beginning after lunch.
Oh, big appeal, but it seems to just be sliding down leg. The umpire unmoved. Claudio Bokako was convinced, but always a tricky one to get an RBW decision around the wickets. It needs to pretty much straighten from the stumps, and the umpire says not out.
Yeah, I don't think that one straightened enough. But I presume with Bokako starting affairs after lunch, maybe the Titans' plan is to rotate Corbin Bosch, Gerald Coetzee, Junior Dala, Neil Brunt, the spinner, will probably come into play a bit as well.
Bokako starting well here after lunch, asking questions from Jordan Herman. Herman just shuffling a bit across his crease, trying to get outside the line of the off stump.
Bokako, the guy in this Titan side who can bowl long spells, the holding bowler, if you like. Quite capable of nipping out a couple of wickets as well, though. Let's not underestimate him.
Yeah, he definitely is. Moving over from the Lions, I believe, last season, coming over to the Titans now, calling this his home. Short, wide, and cutaway. Easy loose delivery for Jordan Herman, and he pounces all over it.
Well, that's a lovely way to get his afternoon going. I think he might have been getting a little bit frustrated before lunch. He was hitting some great shots, powerful shots, but picking out fielders. But that one racing all the way to the boundary takes him to 19 and not out.
Yeah, Jordan Herman's a real stroke player, so he does love to get some boundaries under the belt, so it might be frustrating for him if he continues to pick out the fielders, but this is just the way he would have wanted to start after lunch. Better delivery from Bokako to end the first over after lunch. The Titans have moved up to 43 without loss after 16 overs. Opening partnership still unbeaten, with Pillay on 21 and Herman on 19.
Yeah, and it's been a very good, solid opening partnership as well between these two to end what was a bit of a disappointing morning, I guess, for the Warriors. They would have wanted to take the last two Titans wickets for 10, 20 runs maybe, but instead they conceded nearly 40. But a good, solid start to their second innings, to hopefully set up what will be a productive afternoon for them.
Yeah, Jordan Herman has continued where he left off in the last 4-day series, where he had a very productive one for the Warriors. This season so far, in 3 matches, he scored 222 runs and at an average of 55.5, and he made a 150 and a 1 century as well. He's looked in very good touch. He didn't have the one-day cup he would have wanted. The CSA one-day cup didn't go as planned, but back in what has seemed to be his naturally suited format, he's back to his best.
Yeah, he has a quite extraordinary Division 1 career average of 60 with 3 centuries.
Oh, just down leg from Junior Dala. Good take behind the stumps from Rivaldo Munsami. Yeah, it's been a remarkable start for him. It also saw him get picked up as a wild card last season by the Sunrisers Eastern Cape in the SA20, and he'll look to continue with his good form, make an impact. He hasn't quite done it at the SAA level just yet. He was picked on that SAA series to Sri Lanka, but failed to have a real impact. Short. Oh, and great stop by the fielder there at a point. Looks like it might have been Makanya, and excellent diving stop to his left. That would have raced all the way to the boundary. Was right out of the middle of Jefferson Pillay.
Sure, that was like a gunshot off the bat. Makanya doing his bowler a big favour there. Hurt his hand a little bit in the process. He's now dropping back to the deep point boundary. But a wonderful piece of fielding by a man who batted really brilliantly on the first day.
Easy single out to him now that he's moved back. Fielder at third slip, Dewald Brevis, getting around to cut it off and keep it to a single. Yes, Sabinela Makanya batted beautifully yesterday in partnership with Dewald Brevis. Makanya was almost the more attacking partner between the two. I believe his strike rate was around 70 for most of the day yesterday, and he looked so good. I was disappointed when he got out, tickled down leg, and but it's good to see him putting up some big runs. It's something he's really been working on.
Yeah, at one stage he nearly...
Oh, and the edge goes right between second and third slip. Algar and Brevis, neither of them seem to be convinced whether they should be going for the ball, and an easy chance, well, what should have been a straightforward chance, goes to begging.
Oh, goodness, just the breakthrough the Titans were looking for.
Yeah, that will be very disappointing. Both Dewald Brevis and Dina Agar seem a bit perplexed at how that ended up happening, and that would have been just a breakthrough the Titans would have wanted after lunch. Dala getting it in exactly the right place, but Pillay getting away with it and getting another 4. Another edge, and it drops right short again in exactly the same gap, and again it runs away for 4, and Pillay riding his luck a bit here, and Dala hands on hips.
It's not as if there's too much space in between the slips. They're actually standing quite close together, although first slip is a few paces behind the other two.
Yeah, this one, unlike the first one, didn't seem to quite carry, but Dala will feel a bit aggrieved about how that over-ended. But it does mean that the Warriors have brought up their 50. They've moved up to 53 without loss after 17 overs. Partnership's taken 105 deliveries, with Pillay on 30 and Herman on 20 not out, and Bakaka will continue. You'll see 2 slips in place, also a wide gully, man out. The only man on the boundary is a deep fine leg. Bakaka around the wicket to Herman. Oh, good delivery. Aiming at the stumps. Herman playing it from the crease. We've seen the pitch being a bit up and down, so he really needed to get his bat down in time.
Yeah, the dangers of not getting forward on this pitch, although it was a back of a length delivery. And Junior Dala certainly creating chances today. He's bowled some beautiful deliveries, testing the batsman just outside off stump. Just not quite managing to get the wicket just yet.
Again, good areas from Bakaka. Good start from him here after lunch. We thought we might see Gerald here, but he's been given a bit of a longer breather, and I'm sure we'll see him soon enough. But Bakaka doing a sterling job here, as did Dala in that previous over. Unlucky not to pick up the wicket. Still a bit of cloud cover around, but the sun is peeking through, and so the field itself is in brilliant sunshine at the moment. Again, continuing with that good area is Lukaku, just building a bit of pressure here on Jordan Herman, who we know loves to play his strokes.
Just looking south from where we are sitting here at SuperSport Park towards Johannesburg, the sky does have that, the clouds are that sort of bluish grey colour. It's where the storms come from at Centurion, and there does seem to be a bit of a build-up happening down south, so we hope that misses us, of course.
Goes for a big drive, and it's in the gap once again. It's a big gap between second slip and a whitish gully, and it goes right between those two in the air and all the way to the boundary for four. A couple of lucky shots for the Warriors batters here after lunch, and the Titans are wondering what's happening right now.
Well, they're certainly riding their luck. We know that Warriors coach Robin Peterson always encourages a positive approach when batting. And so these two are going to come out and they're going to be positive. They're going to play their strokes. Not without risk if the Titans get the ball in the right places on a pitch that certainly is providing a bit of assistance to the seam bowlers.
Oh, again, ball not really getting up. Arman staying low with the ball, playing it well. But that does seem to be a tricky area to negotiate.
Yeah, and with the Warriors presumably batting last in this game, the follow-on mark, I guess, would be 233, 150 short. They've made a good start. They should get past there, but the Warriors will want to not concede a big first innings deficit batting last on this pitch.
Yeah, the Warriors are without Matthew Brais and Tristan Stubbs in this match. Tristan Stubbs in particular has been very good for them this season in the 4-day series. So that is a bit of a loss, but they do have good players come in. And the Titans are 57 without loss at the end of the 18th over. Jordan Herman is still there on 24 of 48 deliveries. Jefferson Pillay is on 30 of 62.
Yeah, Stubbs coming off a match-winning century in the Warriors' last game against the Lions at St George's Park. Matthew Brais, perhaps not such a big contributor so far in the red ball campaign, just 97 runs in 4 innings. But we know what a crucial part of this Warriors batting lineup he is, and what a classy player he is. But as you say, a chance for their replacements to really step up and produce the goods as the Warriors look to maintain their first position on the log.
Dala wanting to have a bit of a discussion quickly with Mukanya at point. He did manage to get the edge of Pillay twice in the last over, so I'll be looking to do more of the same. Slips need to be wide awake. They do seem to have come in a little bit with that last one in the previous over of Dala falling short.
Yeah, I got the impression that both the edges in that previous over were kind of dying on the slips fielders and not making it easy for them.
Pulling the length back a bit is Dala. Yeah, Pillay and Herman are both very talented young batters. Both of them played at the Titans last season and both made a good impression, but they've now moved down to the Warriors. Warriors have made some good acquisitions this season, bringing on board both of these guys, also Ronaldo Meyer. They've brought JP King from the Dragons, so they've made some very good, smart acquisitions. And Dala just plugging away in an area there outside the off stump.
Yeah, I was particularly surprised that the Titans let Jordan Herman go because he'd made runs for them as a young, talented, up-and-coming batsman, someone who you just kind of knew he's got a bright future. And at the time, the Titans had batting riches. Not so much now, so I guess they will consider him the one that they let go, the one that maybe they should have kept.
Again, Pillay getting an inner half of the bat. And not feeling entirely comfortable against Dala. That line around the wicket has seemed to trouble him a bit.
Yeah, not easy for him with Dala at his pace, angling it always into the left-hander from around the wicket. But then he's shown that ability just to straighten it, get it to bounce a bit. So it's a tough task for the left-handed batsman, just honoring him out that off stump with 3 slips and a gully waiting.
Oh, another beautiful delivery by Dala. He's just getting the ball to straighten enough from around the wicket, making it very difficult to judge for both left-handers.
Is he bowling full enough? Could he perhaps bowl a little bit fuller so that he gets that edge rather than it whistling past?
Yeah, he potentially can. And that last over he got to 2 edges. This time he pulled the length back a little bit. It is something that we talked about a lot with Morne Morkel in England, where he beat the bat on multiple occasions, but it looked better than it was just because he didn't get that edge because he wasn't full enough. Too short and just punched through the offside by Hammond. They're running the first one hard, but they decide against the second one, wisely so. Yeah, so there's plenty of cricket happening around the country. Western Province are taking on the Northwest Dragons. Western Province are now 7 wickets down, and finally somebody else other than Michal Pretorius has taken a wicket. Rwanda Swart picking up his first wicket of the match. Michal Pretorius with 6 for 55. It's sort of a half leave, half play from Pele. So the Western Province are leading by 38 runs in that match with the 3 wickets remaining.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Pretorius has bowled after lunch, but a really good comeback from Western Province. They were 178 for 6, so the likes of George Linder, he's still there on 55, not out. Kyle Simmons getting a runner ball 52, and so 100 runs have been added for this last wicket by Western Province.
Yeah, it's very similar to the Northwest Dragons innings. They were also 86 for 7, and they ended up making 236 thanks to Michal Pretorius and young Mikhail Prince.
Michal Pretorius is the best batsman in the competition at the moment. He's top of the averages.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. He's been very attacking, playing his own style. Oh, quick single, they're scampering through, bit side, but Jonah Hammond gets there in the end. Gerald could see a little bit on his heels there at mid-on, maybe thinking about his upcoming spell.
Yeah, the big fast bowler at mid-on. Pillay looked a little bit slow off the mark to get going there. Fortunately, Kutsia took on the stumps at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, Michal Pretorius has been having quite the season for the Dragons, and with both bat and ball. Oh, once again, Claudio Bukaku beats the bat. Jefferson Pillay has not looked comfortable after lunch here. From both ends, he's been beaten on multiple occasions. Also gotten the edge on a few. Has been lucky to escape this round the wicket line to him. Has been very effective.
Yeah, I suppose all you can say to the Titans bowlers is just keep plugging away. Your luck has got to change at some stage if you keep putting the ball in those areas, keep testing that outside edge of Pillay's bat.
Another good one, and down there at Pietermaritzburg, where the Lions are taking on the Deeper World Lions are taking on the Hollywood Bets Dolphins. They are currently 187 for 4. Still trailing the Dolphins by 58 runs, but they still have the 6 wickets remaining, and Zubair Hamza is unbeaten on 81 of 184 balls, and he's joined by Wandile Makwetu, who's on 33 of 105.
Yeah, it's great to see Zubair Hamza back scoring runs. He's having a good season for the Lions. He's had a tough couple of years with injury and suspension, Zubair Hamza, but one of the nicest batsmen to watch in South African cricket once he gets going. And good to see Wandile Mkhwetha as well. He's having a decent season with the bat for the Lions, the wicket keeper, and a man who has been in the wilderness a bit for the last couple of years, but is certainly taking his chance this season.
Goes for a big drive, does Pillay, but doesn't quite get a hold of it and just bunts it into the ground. And Bukako's been very effective after lunch. I've enjoyed his power here with Dala. Both of them have been bowling very well. No luck so far in terms of wickets, but they're doing all they can to bring the Titans back into this innings.
Yeah, Bukako's he's a good foil for the real paceman, Dala, Coetzee, Bosch. He just keeps it very steady.
Again, another beautiful delivery. And after 20th over, as the Warriors have moved up to 60 without loss, we see Jefferson Pillay is on 31 of 71 and Jordan Herman is on 26 of 51.
And Corbin Bosch certainly appreciating Bukako's efforts, gave him a little hand slap there at the end of the over. Doing a good job from this West Lane end, Bukako. 5 overs for 12 runs.
Yeah, Junior Dala lining up for another over. Field is still unchanged. There's 3 slips, a wide gully, as a man out at the deep backward point position on the boundary. Drifting down leg and an easy tuck away for a single. Just straying a bit, did Dala, but I wouldn't mind getting Pillay back on strike. He has looked a bit scratchy against Dala, and he'll back his ability to potentially pick him up here.
With the ball getting a bit softer now into the 21st over, the Titans have done away with the short square leg catcher under the helmet, which they had for most of the time before lunch.
Over pitched, but almost snuck under the bat of Pillay, who just digs it out to the man at mid-on.
He's going to blame his bat, but we've seen a couple of times in this innings, just that bottom hand coming through on the drive, he kind of starts to shovel it a bit.
Yeah, seems like he's requesting a new bat. Did hit very low on the bat, might have cracked the toe of the bat a little bit, showing it to his partner there. And so that we'll have a little bit of a break in play as we wait for a change of bat.
Yeah, so just to recap what happened in the Titans' first innings, they won the toss and elected to bat first, reached 346 for 8 at stumps on the first day. And the bulk of those runs coming in a really sparkling partnership of 164 for the 4th wicket between Dafabet Brais, a landmark day for one of the brightest talents in South African cricket. His maiden first-class century, he made 110 off 172 balls. And Sibonela Makanya, a brilliant 83 as well, in partnership with him. The Warriors struck back superbly. The Titans were 270 for 3 at one stage, but the Warriors nipped out both Makanya and Brais before the second new ball, and then Brais ran rampant with that second new ball to reduce them to 346 for 8 at stumps. But then this morning, Corbin Bosch showing how useful he is in that lower order with 57 not out, lifting the Titans to 383, and Brais Swanepoel again bowling very well. 26 overs, 7 maidens, 5 for 83.
Big appeal again looks like it's angling down leg. Dala's desperate for this wicket of Pillay. He's been in it multiple times, again asking the umpire what is the problem with that appeal, but from here it looked like it was straying down leg again.
Yeah, and I thought I might have heard two noises as well, but certainly the line of it. Dala quite wide.
Yeah, it's hard to get RBW from that angle he's creating from the crease. Finally, Brais finds the middle of the bat. I feel a bit bitter about that one. Maybe he feels the new bat might be doing the trick for him.
If,
Over at Peter Maritzburg, the Tuskers, KwaZulu-Natal Tuskers are in pursuit of the 232, the Power Rock set. Oh, again inside edge from Pillay, and they jog through for a single. Pillay has been uncomfortable after lunch here with this line from Junior Dala, and but is still hanging in there. Partnership has moved up to 62. Over at Peter Maritzburg, the Tuskers are currently 95 for 2. Hisa Rapalana has moved down from the Titans. He's on 39 of 69 deliveries, and Tian Kukumur is on 30 of 58. The Rocks, their top scorer was Keegan Peterson with 57, and also supported by Peter Milan, who made 46.
It's an important game, that game at the Oval in Peter Maritzburg, the two teams at the bottom of the standings, with an eye on relegation, of course, at the end of this season. The Rocks have got a just over 4-point lead on the Tuskers in the standings at the moment.
Yeah, the Tuskers also didn't have a great one-day cup, where they only managed to win 1 out of their 7 matches. And so they ended at the bottom there, just below the Rocks. So it really is a deal between the two of them. So a win in this match could prove decisive at the end of the season. Of course, still with the CSA T20 challenge to come up after the SA20. But Fuller this time from Wakaku is trying to induce that edge. Pillay has been facing majority of bowling after lunch here.
Just on that relegation battle, it's perhaps a good time to give a lot of credit to the Northwest Dragons under coach Craig Alexander and captain Vian Lubber. I guess many people would be looking at them, the Rocks and the Tuskers, one of those teams being relegated, but Northwest made the final of the One Day Cup, and they're currently second in the 4-day standings.
Yeah, it's been very good work from them. They've also themselves made some very good acquisitions this season. I mean, Michal Pretorius, who we've been speaking about, he's come over from the Knights, and they also brought on board Ruan de Swart, Reinhard van Tonder, Ruben Herman. So they've made some very good acquisitions in the off season and strengthened, I think, a batting lineup that struggled from time to time last season. It's looked much better this season.
Yeah, and the arrival as well of Mikhail Prince, who's been quite a revelation for them.
Oh, and it goes, it's in the air over third man, and Pillay gets away with another one as he looked to flick it over the leg side, leading edge, and the bowlers of the Titans have been very frustrated by this little period against Pillay.
Well, that was almost the back of the bat. Chavish and Pillay. He certainly is living a charmed life out there.
Yeah, he has indeed. He needs to work through this period, this tricky period, and with the knowledge that Gerald Garcia is still to come back into the attack as well with Corbin Bosch. Again, the ball dying on the way to the keeper. There's just a couple of spots on this pitch that seems some of them are standing up, some of them are keeping low and dying a bit, and so it won't get easier to bat on this wicket.
There was certainly a spot just outside the right-handers off stump from this West Lane in where a few balls took off yesterday, but of course both these batsmen are left-handers, so it's not in play at the moment.
Lukaku has been bowling a very good spell. I've been impressed with him today. He's been, I think, a lot more economical than he has been in some of the matches. And so it's been good pressure they've been applying here after lunch. Still hasn't shown on the wicket tallies, but they'll be hoping that the more pressure they put on, the bigger the opportunities. Brais goes for one at the sees a bit shorter wide, but again it dies on him, goes underneath the bat, and it is the end of the 22nd over. And the Warriors rather have moved up to 64 without loss, and Jefferson Pillay has moved on to 34 of 81, and Jordan Harman on 27 of 53 deliveries.
Just going back to the Dragons team, they've benefited from the relegation, and the Free State Knights picked up a few players from them. It looks almost a done deal that the Knights will be back up at the end of the season, such as their dominance of Division 2 at the moment. But one hopes perhaps that you know their former players don't go back to the Knights, because the Free State side is rebuilt, and there seems to be a lot of really exciting young talent playing for them at the moment.
Yeah, there definitely is. I've been very impressed by Dean Forrester, who's come and made a real impact right from the start. I mean, his debut match in the One Day Cup was brilliant, where he took 6 wickets, including a hat-trick after scoring a century. I mean, I don't think you can possibly start your professional career better than he did.
The way he's burst upon the scene, it really just begs the question: is where has he been?
But that's the funny thing. He was playing at Tucks. So he was bowling with Merrick Brett and Matthew Boast. Flicked away off a pass from Harman. It's in the gap. They're running hard. And will be coming back for the second. It's a little bit overpitched from Dala, and Harman's looked a lot more settled than Pillay here. But yeah, so there's been some good talent coming through for the Knights, and I have the same sentiments, Ken. I hope they continue with these same players if and probably when they do make it back to Division 1. Opener Garnet Tar, he's been outstanding as well. It's been real good performances from them.
Yeah, Tar was the other guy I wanted to mention, someone who didn't get a look in at the Knights previously, has got his opportunity now and is doing wonderfully well. Free State, of course, are in action actually at the moment in Bloemfontein, hosting Easterns, and things not going all Free State's way, because Easterns, winning the toss and batting, have made 332 for 8, which is a very tidy score. Forrester has picked up a couple of wickets though with the ball.
Again, just an easy tuck away for Harman. Dala just straying within his line. I wonder if he's getting a bit tired now, and we might not be too far away from a bowling change from that end.
Yeah, Dala's into his 7th over on the trot, split by the lunch break, but he's a real effort bowler. He puts a lot into every delivery, so I think you're right. We could well see either Bosch or Gerald Kutsia come on from the Enops River end.
Big Mr. Understanding. Arman's rushing back, and he makes it back to the non-striker end. He was calling Pillay through. Pillay was ball watching and didn't respond.
Made it back. There probably was a single on there.
Yeah.
It took the square leg fielder a long time to get in and then throw the ball to Dala back at the bowler's end.
Yeah, there was a definite single if he set off immediately. Going for that Yorker at Dala, and just again, Pillay once again looking at the bottom of his bat, and it's not time for another bat change just yet. End of the 23rd over. The Warriors are still on 67 without loss.
Just for those who are interested in the Easterns batting, 332 for 8, as I said, in Bloemfontein against Free State. Kabelo Sekakune made 70, and Daniel Rousseau is 95 not out at the moment. Divan Postumus, another guy who's having a good season in Division 2 with bat and ball. He scored 52. 2 wickets apiece for Van Vuren, Forrester and Swanepoel for the Knights.
Yeah, and as suspected, we will see a bowling change. Gerald Coetzee coming back into the attack. He will be bowling from the same end that he did before lunch, and he'll be steaming into Jordan Harwan. Oh. This time Pillay is quick to respond, and both set off immediately, and it's an easy single in the end. Good start from Gerald Coetzee.
He's been impressive. I think today we saw Marco Jansen struggle a bit for consistency in his lines and lengths yesterday, but Gerald Coetzee bang on target right from the outset today.
Yeah, he's really grown over this last season since being called up to the pro tiers. I think he's grown immensely. He's worked a lot with Eric Simons. Oh, beautiful delivery by Gerald Coetzee. Just the right leg. Pillay hanging back in the crease, just about beats the bat. And Pillay living dangerously here after lunch.
Yeah, Eric Simons, of course, one of the foremost bowling coaches in the game, can only help Gerald Coetzee. I just love his passion, his aggression, his enthusiasm. He's a wonderful guy off the field, but he's got that meanness on the field as a fast bowler.
Yeah. Oh. Right call sending Arman back here. The pressure is building on these two batters. You can feel a bit of tension in their running, and it's been good bowling after lunch from the Titans. But yeah, I agree. Love Gerald Coetzee's passion and enthusiasm, and the way he celebrates wickets, and sometimes forgets to appeal. Oh, nasty short delivery by Gerald Coetzee. No man under the helmet on the leg side, and it just trickles away to the man at deep fine leg, but Pillay was not ready for that delivery.
Well, that one reared up from outside the left-handers off stump. So there's obviously a bit of, if you've got the pace, there's obviously a bit of bounce as well from this West Lane. And I'm a bit surprised that Bukaku's come off, because he's been doing a very good tidy job. Only bowled a couple of overs after lunch, but perhaps the Titans want to be really aggressive now, and we'll see Bosch come on at the other end.
Just punched in the gap. It's been good areas from Coetzee here. He's shown a lot more control this season. He was somebody who tended to be a bit erratic, bowl good deliveries, but then bowl a couple of loose deliveries and an over. But he's been so much better this season. He was very impressive in the World Cup in India, where he was the leading wicket taker for the Proteas and the most ever for a Proteas bowler in a single World Cup. And to do that at 23 does say something. Again, inner half of the bat. Pillay not really using the middle of the bat after lunch. And that's the end of the 24th over. The Warriors have moved up to 71 without loss.
Yeah, Gerald Coetzee is certainly a very, very exciting prospect. And I also think that we still have a lot to see from him in terms of his batting. I did stake a bit of a wager yesterday that I'll be very surprised if when he does eventually retire from the game, he doesn't have a batting average of around 20. He's definitely got ability with the bat. Might even develop into a bit of a bowling all-rounder.
Yeah, agreed. I had a bit of a short discussion with him a few months ago, or just a bit of an interview, where he spoke about his batting, and he's very adamant that he wants to become a bowling all-rounder. He wants to be able to finish games with the bat. So he works very hard on his batting, and he does have a good technique. It is Bosch coming in from the Hinops River end, starts off well. And yeah, Gerald Coetzee definitely has ability, and I mean, even the IPL auction, he's been listed as a all-rounder in the all-rounder category. So he'll be up second, and so early in his career he's going for it. And so I'm expecting him to get a nice little bag for the IPL. So that auction happening on Tuesday. So I think we'll be looking at that with interest. Maybe even somebody like a Nandre Berger might even get a call. Had a good start yesterday, good pace. Another good delivery by Bosch. Potential there, and I think Jared Garcia, he showed a lot at youth level and what he can do with the bat. And I remember in the T20 challenge, CSA T20 challenge a couple of seasons ago, he made a couple of quick fire 30s and 40s, and he definitely has good striking ability as well.
As someone who has been involved in a few auctions before, Werner, do you think it helps Gerald to be put in the all-rounders category? Or, it does help that that's the second category to be up, doesn't it?
Yeah. Beautiful drive. This time Pillay is able to get it away. It's trickling away to the boundary, and it does get there. A lot more authoritative from Pillay. And you'll gain a bit of confidence from that as the score moves up to 75. Yeah, indeed, Ken. I think it will help him to be in the second set. I mean, after him, it's still in the bowler set. There's a Mitchell Stark and a Josh Hazelwood, and all those guys compete with. In his set, it's mostly batting all rounders. So I think it'll definitely help him. I mean, the eyes that was on him based on the World Cup in India says to me he'll probably pick up a nice amount. Again, beautifully lent into that drive, almost just a push drive from Pillay. Didn't try to overhit it, and he's looking a lot more comfortable against Bosch than he did against Dala.
He's fought through a tough patch, Javesh Pillay. One has to give him a lot of credit for that. He's on 44, not out now. And just going back to the IPL auction, Werner, presumably it's the player and his agent who decide what category what set to list themselves in.
Yeah, so they'll say all-rounder category of bowling, all-rounder category, and then so that you send in your name, and then obviously they put it into a short list, and then the auction people, I don't know who's exactly responsible. Oh, beautifully picked up off the pads, and again another boundary for Pillay. That's 3 back-to-back boundaries for Pillay, and suddenly he seems like a different batter.
He's a man transformed. I don't know what's happened. Maybe it's all our talk about the IPL. It really does motivate players these days. So
yeah.
He's suddenly unfurled probably his 3 best shots of his innings so far, back to back.
Yeah, he might have realised it might be better suited to him to go on the attack than to remain defensive. In behind this one, suddenly the defensive shot looks more confident as well. The end of the 25th over, all of a sudden the Warriors have moved up to 83 without loss.
And the deficit 300, so they're on the brink of another little milestone that the opening pair can tick off, getting the deficit to below 300.
Yeah, another thing that counts in Gerald Garcia's favour is the fact that he's now part of 2 setups for the Super Kings. So he's played for the Joburg Super Kings, he's in the SA20, he's also played for the Texas Super Kings and that Major League Cricket in America. So there's a very good chance that the Chennai Super Kings will be looking at him, but there could be more than one team, and of course that's ideal for the player because the more teams who see you as a possibility, the more teams will bid and the higher your price will become.
Exactly, and he's a man who's had a very good World Cup not that long ago.
Yeah, another good start here from Garcia. I think a lot of eyes will be on him.
Who are the other South African players that you expect to do well in the auction, Werner?
So I do think Gerald Garcia is probably the one I can almost bet a house on that he will do well. Then I also think that Tristan Stubbs should still pick up a spot somewhere, not necessarily big money, but there's a few teams who need that sort of attacking lower order batter, wicket keeper type of role. I just want to see here the list again. I'll quickly read through the the names who are actually part of the auction for South Africa. So it's Riley Rousseau, another guy who was released by the Delhi Capitals, I believe, and so he's another one of those destructive batters who could potentially get a spot. So it's Rousseau, Kutsia, Stubbs, Brais Shamsi, Reza Hendricks, who's been having a wonderful time in T20 internationals in the last year or two. Rassie van der Dussen, George Linde, Keshav Maharaj, and Vian Mulder, Dwayne Pretorius, who's now retired from international cricket, Wayne Parnell, who was released by Royal Challengers Bangalore, Lazard Williams, Corbin Bosch, Duan Janssen, Brendan Subrian, Otniel Bartman, Andre Berger, who bowled with great pace yesterday in the T20 International against India. And Kwena Mapaka has put his name into the auction as well. Beautifully flicked off the pads by Janssen. Could see it targeting those pads because Jordan Hammond is just shuffling a bit across the stumps and almost giving a target there for Kutsia, but he dealt with that one well. Yeah, Kwena Mapaka is an interesting one too. At the age of 17, I mean, I'm thinking his agent was adamant about it. So putting his name up there, if he does get picked up, it means he'll probably miss 2 months of a matric year, of a short matric year. And so that'll be very interesting. Of course, Kwena Mapaka will be leading the SA Under-19 side in the World Cup in January.
And already he has an existing relationship with the Paul Royals or Mark Cape Town, who has snapped him up for the SA20 already, one of them.
Yes, he was picked up by the Paul Royals, and not even as a rookie. He was picked as a pre-picked player. So him and Luandre Pretorius, who will also be playing for the SA Under-19s, have both gone to the Royals. Good delivery by It'll be interesting because now as we come to the end of the 26th over and the Warriors are 84 without loss. The Under-19 World Cup has moved over to South Africa, and it's also been shifted, only starting on the 19th of January, meaning that the rookie players won't really be available for the SA20, those that are participating in the World Cup. So that means that Kwena Mapaka is not a rookie, but so he won't really be available. Leandre Pretorius and Steve Stork, none of them will really be available for the SA20 unless the Proteas on the 19th side don't make it out of the initial Super 6 stage. Then they might end up playing their last match around the last day of January or 1st of February. Then they might still play that last spot. Oh, another inside edge. It's been that sort of session so far for the Warriors. There's been a lot of edges. None of them have gone to hand. And then suddenly a few solid shots from Jefferson Pillay.
Yeah, up to 85 without loss now. Pillay on 48. Herman on 34.
Yeah. The reason why I bring it up about those youngsters not being available is that means that there is still a couple of spots to play for in these matches. Oh, very good rising bouncer from Corbin Bosch. Equally well played by Pillay. He rose with the ball, played it with soft hands.
Bosch, certainly a man who can generate some gas. He's a genuinely fast bowler.
Yeah, Bosch has had an interesting career. It hasn't really taken off the way you might have expected it to. He did play in the Canada T20 League, that global T20 League for them this year. Comes around the wicket again. Good areas from Bosch, but better than he was the last over. So he did very well. He picked up a bunch of wickets, I believe, for the Vancouver Knights. He played there with Rassie van der Dussen and Reza Hendricks.
Yeah, Corbin Bosch is one of those bowlers who he's been around now since 2017-18, playing franchise cricket. you look at him, you watch him bowl, and you just wonder how he doesn't take more wickets. I mean, I think a lot of people will be astonished to know that in his Division 1 career, he's averaging 40 with the ball.
Oh, tries a big one, does Pillay again. It lands in the middle of the man coming in from it on and mid wicket. It's been such a frustrating watch, I believe, for any Titan supporters, because any shot Pillay hasn't gotten out of the middle, has just landed in the middle of nowhere, and he's gotten away with it. And it's been an up and down innings from him so far. He's played some beautiful shots, and he's also had some edgy moments.
Well, Christmas has come early for Javesh and Pillay. Yeah, he just can't get out, it seems. The other bowler who's got really an amazingly average in cricket, I'll just speak after this delivery. That's a dot ball. Junior Dala averages 47 in first class cricket with the ball, 74 wickets in 41 matches. And you would say that Bosch and Dala are both much better bowlers than those averages suggest.
Yeah.
It's just a bit of a mystery why they haven't taken more wickets. And maybe it comes back to what you were chatting about earlier with the Morne Morkel effect of maybe both of them just bowling a fraction too short so that they beat the edge rather than finding it.
Oof. Yeah, Bosch does seem to have picked up a little bit of pace this season as well. He's back. He's got a lot better rhythm than he did last season. End of the 27th over, the Warriors are 85 without loss. Jefferson Pillay nearing a half century. He's on 48 of 100 deliveries, and Jordan Harriman's on 34 of 64 deliveries. Pillay facing the majority of the deliveries after lunch. Yeah, I think both Bosch and Dala have previously struggled a bit for consistency in their overs. They gave a lot of boundary deliveries, and I think that had a big impact on their average, even if their strike rate might not be as hugely affected, and they do tend to concede more runs than some of the other bowlers.
Yeah, that is very true.
Oh, another beauty from Gerald Kitsia, just pulling that length back a bit. Jordan Harriman just feeling for it, but again, they just can't seem to take that outside edge.
Yeah, the hands definitely followed that one a little bit. Just a reflex action by Jordan Harriman.
Yeah, there's still enough in this pitch, even after 27 overs, even with two set batters, still beating the edges. Again, good areas from Kuti. He's just plugging away in a tricky spot for Harriman. Coming around the wicket, we've seen balls from that sort of area, some standing up, some dying down, and it keeps the batter in two minds.
Yeah, and that also gives the bowlers another thing to work with. If they can find the right spots on the pitch to get the ball to misbehave, it could result in a wicket for them.
Ooh. And that one, much fuller from Krimsia, but the wicketkeeper taking it above his head. Munsami had to adjust very quickly there. It's been one of those pitches, and I did talk about it earlier, that generally you'd see this type of inconsistent bounce from SuperSport Park, but only later on in a test match, say day 4 or 5, or in a 4-day match on the last day. But we're only into the second session of day 2, and we've seen quite a bit of inconsistency. Genuine bouncer from Gutier, easily ducked underneath by Jordan Harriman.
Yeah, groundsman Brian Bloyd did say yesterday that he expected it to go up and down a little bit earlier in this game, which is good news for both teams looking for a result. Neither team would really want to come out of this game with the draw.
Yeah, especially the Titans, who are chasing a spot up higher on the table. Again, another bouncer. Uh, bit of a good contest here between Gerald Coetzee and Jordan Herman, two of the more renowned players in four-day cricket in South Africa currently. Gerald Coetzee moving over from the Knights to Titans. Has been a bit of an exodus from the Knights after they were relegated, but good to see them fighting back there in Division 2 and showing faith in their young players. Oh, again, just worked easily by Jordan Herman, and the end of 28th over, the Warriors on 87 without loss.
I think everything's a contest for Gerald Coetzee. He's that sort of guy. It reminds me of the saying, someone who could have a fight in a bar with no one in it. Not that I'm trying to be negative about his character at all, but he is. He's just such a fiercely competitive young man. You mentioned his wicket celebrations. Even dismissing number 11, he just is so happy to get a wicket always. He really is the most endearing character on the field. Not sure if he's going off. He's wandered off down towards the dugout at fine leg. No, he's going to be fielding at fine leg.
Oh, it takes the edge, and this time, Jordan Herman does not get away with it. It's Ben Jiverson played most of the session, who's looked uncomfortable, but in the end, Bosch picks up the big wicket of Jordan Herman. He's dismissed for 55 of 71 deliveries. He put away 5 boundaries, 5 fours, and he'll slowly walk back to the dugout, disappointed of course, but a good start for the Warriors. They're on 86 now before losing their first wicket.
Yeah, it was just the perfect length from Corbin Bosch. Jordan Herman, we've seen a couple of times today, doesn't get all the way forward when he defends, and it was probably just a half stride, and that one bouncing nicely from Bosch, hit high up on the bat, and rather looped to Neil Brunt at first slip.
It looks like they've promoted Andile Mokhakane up the order, and he'll be coming in at 3, which is a bit of a surprise for me. But he did do very well for the Eastern Province Colts side. I believe he struck a century not too long ago, so he's coming in with some good form behind him. His first-class career might not necessarily reflect it just yet, but he does have a lot of potential, does Mokhakane. And so a wonderful opportunity for him coming in at 3 today with a good platform set.
Yeah, a man who initially made his name with the in Pietermaritzburg with the KZN Inland Tuskers. Diego Rosio was slated to come in number 3. That would have made it a top 3 of Titans old boys for the Warriors. So perhaps the visiting side just wanted to break that up a little bit.
Yeah, Mokhakane in his overall first-class career has played 16 matches. He has a highest score of 98 with an average of 21.66, with that 98 being his one half century that he's made so far. He did get a bit of a bowl as well yesterday. Bosch looking for another wicket. Oh, good start from Bosch. Also solidly in behind it is Mokhakane, who looks to make an impression here in the absence of some of the Warriors batters who are representing the national side.
Yeah, it took exactly 2 hours for the Titans to make that first breakthrough. They will hope that 1 rings 2. There's certainly been enough going on with the ball, enough half chances created that they will feel that they could nip out 1 or 2 more in quick succession.
Bosch has come back wow after that one over where Pillay struck him for 3 falls in a row. He's been much tighter in his lines. He has 3 slips in place. and he also has a man out on the deep fine leg boundary. The rest of the players in the field is a wideish gully, and at backward point at cover, or rather say a wide mid off and a straightish mid on. No ball, signals the umpire, making this over a little bit longer than it needs to be. It's also the third no ball from the Titans so far in the short innings.
I think Bosch might have bowled all three, actually.
That is very possible, yeah. It's quite a deep batting lineup if you look at it from the Warriors. They have Diego Rosier to come in, Sunitena Chile, they have Patrick Creer, Marco Jansen, Rudy Second, they have Swan. So they bat remarkably deep to the Warriors, so they'll back themselves to get to this total of the Titans, especially after a good start.
Yeah, indeed. They pretty much bat all the way down to number 9. I guess Swanepoel will be number 9, Janssen 8, Kruger 7. It's a very deep batting lineup,
Yeah.
Indeed, as you say.
Even Meyer and Mjanda can hold the bat. I know Mjanda for his school side bats quite high up, I believe at number 4, so they really do bat very deep today. Beautifully lent into that drive that Mohakane just didn't quite get the timing.
He's looked comfortable in the first few balls he's faced.
Yeah, a lot of faith shown in him to put him up at number 3. As a bit of a batting all-rounder, it's easy to slot somebody like him down at number 6. So very good opportunity for him to show what he can do.
His first class game for the Warriors, and it's typical of Robin Peterson to, back guys to show them that he has confidence in them.
Again, solidly in behind it, and of a successful over for Corbin Bosch. Finally, we can say that there is one down for 87 runs after 29 overs. Pelé still at the crease and looking comfortable on 48, and he's been joined by Andile Mohakane. Quite a few Andiles floating around in the domestic setup. Talented all-rounders. Andile Mohakane is Andile Pechlokwai, Andile Simbalani. So all the all-rounders, Andiles seem to make a good impression.
And they all seem to have KZN roots.
They do.
I guess it's a good Zulu name, Andile.
That is, it does seem to be the case, and Kutsia will look to strike on his end as well. He's been impressive. I'll have to withdraw from this one. He won't be too impressed by that.
I think that was actually wicketkeeper Moonsami was just moving fine leg and disturbed the batsman who pulled out when Kutsia was just starting to accelerate into the crease.
Short leg, bit deeper into plays now. It looked like it just went past the outside edge once again of Pelé, who's been flirting with that ball all session long. So yeah, man under the helmet on the leg side now.
It just moved a little bit too much, didn't it? Wonderful delivery though by Gerald Kutsia.
Bit fuller this time, and just punched out by Pelé. It's getting a bit darker out here at SuperSport Park. We do hear some thunder rolling in, and we might see a bit of showers later on. Don't be too surprised if we see the light meters coming out a bit later as well.
Well, with the sound of thunder, I think going off the field for lightning might even be the first thing.
Yeah, definitely.
That happens, unfortunately.
Oh, beautiful delivery. Big appeal, but nothing from the umpire. Kutsia didn't look too convinced, but that was a bit of a snorter from Gerald Kutsia. Took off from back of length, and he's really working through this spell.
He's bowled superbly today, and it's great to see with the first test being played here against India from Boxing Day. Gerald could see his first game for the Titans, but he certainly seems to know exactly where to bowl on this home pitch.
Bit more enthusiasm from the fielders now after that wicket in the last over, and Gerald could see running in hard, as he always does. Never gives anything less than 100%, does Gerald Coetzee.
His control has actually been very good in this innings as well. I get the feeling for the Proteas, and especially in white ball cricket, that they don't mind too much how many runs he concedes, as long as he keeps taking wickets.
Yeah.
But he's certainly been pretty tight with his lines and lengths here today.
Yeah, it is. I have that same feeling about him in limited overs cricket. That's the key, really. You can go for some runs, but if you keep picking up wickets, it will eventually have a big impact on the final score the opposition makes, and might be the same sort of thing they could consider for the IPL. He's not there to go bowl 4 overs for 28 or less. He's there to pick up wickets, take 2 or 3 wickets and maybe go for 35, 40, but make those crucial breakthroughs as we come to the end of the 30th over. And the Warriors on 87 for 1, and we look like we will have a quick drinks break, and after the drinks break we will have a commentary change as well. Park, where the Momentum Multiply Titans are taking on the Dafabet Warriors. We had a bit of a rain delay, but we are back and ready to go, and Gerald Tsier will kick us off. Right on the money straight away from Gerald Tsier. The Warriors are 88 for 1 after 31.3 overs. Just before the rain break, Corbin Bosch managed to make the breakthrough as he took the edge of Jordan Herman. With me is Gerrit Maloney, and we'll be taking you through this session. How is things going, Gerrit?
Well, much better now the cricket is underway. It looks like we have a few spots of blue sky around as well. The bowlers would have enjoyed the respite. We saw Gerald Tsier really cracking up a bit of pace just before the rain delay. I'm just seeing there's a little bit of an issue with the ball there. Just showing it there to his senior partner, Junior Dala. And as you said, that critical breakthrough. Just before that rain delay, Herman looked good in the beginning of his innings, and then they started to rough him up a bit. He's beating him on the outside edge. Him and Pillay had loads of luck in the innings.
Good that indeed. Easy leave there for Mohokane, who's been promoted up the order for this match, coming in at number 3. Gerald Tsier has quite an attacking field. He has 3 slips and a gully. Also a man under the helmet, short leg, just a little bit deeper for anything that might pop up into the air. And the only player out on the boundary is a deep fine leg.
That might be just for that surprise bumper.
See Gerald Tsier easing himself back into this power here, not really cranking up the pace just yet, just feeling things out. Luckily the drainage here at SuperSport Park is very good, so once the rain stopped, they managed to get the field ready for play again pretty soon.
They're also blessed here by SuperSport Park. They got the Super Soaker always on hand, which was great. That soaked up the water. The ground staff is phenomenal. They knew the rain was coming before we did. They could actually anticipate it, and also the way that they removed the covers, making sure that the water's only in one spot, so the Super Soaker can actually pick up. Fantastic job by this very well trained and very professional outfit ground staff here at SuperSport Park.
Yeah, they are indeed. Other parts of the country is also showing some 4-day cricket for us. Down at Pietermaritzburg, the Lions, the DP World Lions are taking on the Hollywood Bets Dolphins, and they're currently 217 for 5. And Zubir Hamza dismissed just short of a century for 98 of 205 balls before John Smuts picked him up. John loves bowling down there. Oh. Again, it's Pillay. It's a new session, but it's the same thing. He edges it through the slip and gully region, and that also brings up his 50 almost fittingly in the way it has been going for him today.
Yeah, I think he might have stocked up on those rabbit foots and clover leaves over lunch. But yeah, he's been riding his luck, and if you have this bit of luck, you actually want to make it count. He's 650 in this format. And they've moved on to 92 for 1, and it has been edgy.
Yeah, it definitely has. Just to correct myself, the Lions and the Dolphins are playing at Kingsmead, and it's okay. The field set. It's 2 slips and a wide gully. It's Brais there at wide gully, and Corbin Bosch coming in around the stumps. Oh, good delivery from Bosch. Good leave as well. I guess we say any leave that doesn't hit the stumps or the pads is a good leave in this situation.
Yeah, left it on length. He knows that Bosch does get a bit of bounce. There was only 1 or 2 that kept low. We saw the wicket of Junior Dala with the 5er of Swanepoel just nipping in and keeping low a bit, and we saw 1 or 2 from the Hennep's River end also keeping low a little bit, but other than that, the leaves have been good. You could leave on length, nice consistent bounce.
Oof, good delivery from Bosch again. down at Newlands, where you can also tune in on the Cricket South Africa YouTube page. There is some commentary down there from James. But the Western Province side was bowled out for 345, which gave them a nice healthy lead of over 100. Mikhail Prince picked up 7 catches behind the stumps, which is not something you see every day in an innings. And since then, the Dragons have come out to bat, and they're 67 without loss, going much better than they did in the first innings.
7 catches.
Scampered single. Good running from Pillay. Good understanding between him and Mohokane there.
And Mohokane is still to get off the mark. He came to the crease, faced about 14 deliveries just before the rain came. As we see the sun just coming through the clouds a little bit, just lighting up this beautiful SuperSport Park ground. And he's faced 16 balls. In fact, he's going to face his first ball after the rain delay.
Trying to go for a pull shot was a bit quicker onto him than expected for Mohokane there. That 7 dismissals I just talked about that Prince took behind the stumps is equal record in domestic cricket. Equal Tommy Cholakeli, Heinrich Klaasen and Rudy Second, who all managed to take or get 7 dismissals at least. Cholakeli is the only other one to actually take 7 catches, while Klaasen is second. Each took 6 catches and 1 stumping. Good end to the over by Bosch. The end of the 33rd over, the Warriors have moved up to 93 for 1.
And yeah, taking 7 behind the stumps just shows you how good the bowling was there as well. It's all fine and well you taking the catches behind the sticks, but you still need the bowlers to put it in the right spot. So the bowling was fantastic. They're allowing him to take those catches. As you see, Diteko just getting under the helmet again.
There's another match going on. This one actually is at Pietermaritzburg. The Tuskers against the Rocks. Tuskers have lost a couple of wickets since we last referenced this match. They're 147 for 5 currently. Short into the ribs. Well played by Pillay in the end, but a good delivery by Coetzee. He does have the field set for it with a man under the helmet.
And even if it's a bit misdirected, he's got the deep point out for that slash over, and also the mistimed pull shot for the top edge. He's got a very square fine leg out as well. So you will definitely surprise with 1 or 2 bumpers. Get it underneath the helmet or just over the eye line. Get it on that chin.
Easy leave there for Pillay, who's coming over to off stump, making sure that anything outside of his eye line he will be able to leave. A bit of movement away from Gerald Coetzee.
And we saw 1 or 2 excessive movements from Gerald Coetzee. One in the previous overs, there was 1 or 2 that really went, and the conditions now will suit him, especially for that big swinger.
Yeah, Coetzee has been very good in his area, has been very economical, only conceding the 15 runs so far off his 10.2 overs. Well played by Pillay, just guiding it in front of Gully, and the man at sweeper on the offside at deep point couldn't come around to cut it off, and it runs away to the boundary.
No chance. Great wrist work there by Pillay, just guiding it through that gap. And although we had a bit of rain, the outfield's still very, very quick.
Yeah, it's always a quick outfield here at SuperSport Park. High boundary percentage field. Really get value for your shots over here. And Pillay will know the ground well, having played here for the Titans last season. He'll feel very comfortable here.
Coetzee steaming in, and he's just searching for that rhythm he had just before that rain break. He's not quite hitting the straps.
This one pulls his length back a bit and it moves away off the pitch. Coetzee not too happy with that delivery. I think he will want to be pitching it up a little bit more, getting it closer to the bat. But still, you can see there is some movement off the pitch.
And I think that the one thing that he's more upset about is the line, because that might be exactly what they're going for with that away movement, but just get a bit more tighter onto the batter. Don't give him that opportunity to pull the hands out, make him play at it, because that will bring in those 2 slips in a gully.
Oh, that's the ball. That's the one Gerald Coetzee is looking for now. And he will just want to keep plugging away on that area exactly there.
And the worst part for Gerald Coetzee is Pillay has had great luck and a very calculated edge throughout the game thus far. He's been managing to squeeze it through the gaps. So still going for that edge. And like you said in reference, that was the perfect delivery for him.
It really was. Again, good area. Well played by Pillay though. Played it nice and late under his eyes. It does end the 34th over, and the Warriors are edging closer and closer to that century mark. They're on 97 for 1.
The deficit is still there of 286, and I think at the moment it won't be in their minds too much. They just want to get going, consolidate, and build a proper partnership here. They had a fantastic first wicket partnership as well before Herman was dislodged by Bosch. Taken by Neil Brandt in the first slip for 35, and Pillay is there for 58 of 116 balls, being very patient and yet to get off the mark is Mokokane. He's 0 from 18. He's facing up to Bosch.
Tidy leave from Mokokane. No need to go and fish outside for that one. But good areas from Bosch here. He does have the field set exactly for that type of delivery.
And still riding the wave high. He had a great time with the bat this morning. He scored another half century for the Titans. And that was of 76 balls, is 57 that he scored. And now only conceding 33 and also picking up the wicket as well. And again, those figures don't emphasize how good he has been bowling.
Oh, this time it does go flashing outside the off stump, does Mokokane. But it doesn't get an edge to this one. Slips are there, standing and waiting.
Mokokane maybe just getting a little bit edgy. The slips reminding him that he's been here for a while and he still hasn't troubled the scorers. The partnership is on 11, and knowing Dean and them in the slips, they'll probably remind him that, remember, partnership goes both ways. You also need to get on the board. So the chatter will definitely be up. The chirps will be flying, especially with him being a previous Titan player.
Oh.
As we know, no love lost between cricketers.
Yeah, that is true. As Bosch pulls his length back a bit, testing the middle of the wicket, seeing if there's any more uneven bounce. And there's a bit of a change now because we do have a right-hander. We had a left-hand opening partnership for a long time, and finally we get to see a right-hander, see if the pitch behaves a bit different from this side.
And also, this is where the Warriors shouldn't miss a trick here, where rotation becomes very important. Not to get bobbed down, get the right-left combination, put the bowlers off their lines and lengths.
Another no ball from Corbin Bosch. That's the 4th one bowled today.
Well, that one had a bit of spice on it.
Yeah,
That kicked off the surface.
it did a bit, but it also came off very slowly off the pitch. It still has a bit of, it's still sticking in the wicket a little bit. We have seen that throughout the match so far.
A bit of a two-pace nature in this deck.
It'll be interesting to see how the pitch will play for that Boxing Day test match against India. I suppose they'll probably be playing closer to the middle of the square, and it might behave a little bit differently. Good leave again from Mokokane. Corbin Bosch just needs to get that length a little bit fuller. Again, invite that drive.
And that is exactly what you've been saying, is the lengths might have just been a bit too short. But coming back to the pitches, is that all these international arenas, they do have 1 or 2 strips that they favor for the internationals that they look after every single day. It almost feels like they're cutting those grass with nail nippers. So they look after those pitches. There is more to the middle. Basically to the left of your screen now is those international pitches. So with the conclusion of this match, they'll probably start preparing and start prepping already, make sure there's enough moisture in it, make sure it's got a tinge of green to it that will suit the South African bowlers a little bit more than maybe the Indian bowlers. But on that note, we also know how devastating the Indian seamers can be. You've got Shami who's here, so he's a world-class bowler, so he's always had a bit of a handful for us.
Yeah, India do have a world-class bowling attack, and we do know we are still a bit uncertain about the fitness of Rabada and Ngidi. We know Norkia won't be available. So if both those guys aren't available either, that will mean we'll go in with a very inexperienced bowling attack into that first match. The end of over number 35, Warriors are 98 for 1. And you see that Pillay is on 58 of 118 deliveries, and Mohakane still yet to get off the mark after 25 balls.
And this is the danger for the Warriors, is if something happens, they lose another wicket here, they might lose that left-right combination. So they definitely want to capitalize on this, especially with Kutsia settling into a line, Bosch settling into a line. That right-left will just give you that opportunity. Make sure you rotate the strike a bit more.
Nice and watchful under the eye by Pillay, as Kutsia went a bit fuller on that delivery, so easy single out into the offside.
And it will also take off the pressure from you, because the runs are coming, the scoreboard is ticking, everything is just flowing a little bit more. And like I said, the only thing he needs now is just to get off the mark. He just needs that one. They've been favouring that slip cordon to get off the mark over this innings. So Gerald Kutsia is going to come into the right-hander. Mohokane facing up to an old teammate. Although they wouldn't have played much together, as Kutsia only came over in this season.
Yeah, I'm not too sure that I know Pillay played here, but I'm not too sure if Mohokane also played here. But yeah, this is the first match for the Titans for Gerald Kutsia, so either way they wouldn't have played together for the Titans. Maybe they crossed paths somewhere else. You never know. These guys sometimes play club cricket, and
Yes.
some of these guys know each other, and we won't even realize it. Good areas from Kutsia again. He's building up a nice head of steam here. He's definitely running in a bit harder now than he did in the previous over.
Yeah, Gerald Kutsia just walking back, and you can see that all familiar sweatband / bandana. Myself and Ken still in a disagreement on what he has on there. Charging in to Mohokane.
Oh, gets into an awkward position as Mohokane. That ball also didn't come up as much as he might have expected, but it followed him, and he just about got his bat down in time. It looked very uncomfortable initially.
Yes, and I don't think that would have been an LBW shot. That was going to a completely different sensitive area. He saved himself there, not necessarily his wicket. Yeah, that ball just kind of flattened out.
Yeah, he definitely didn't get himself into the best position. Goes short again. Big appeal from the bowler and the fielders, and nothing doing from the umpire once again, as Mohokane again had a big flash outside the off stump. The Warriors living dangerously today. They've been getting away with a bunch of close calls.
Yeah, they're definitely getting away with a bunch of close calls, and also riding the wave of luck. Hopefully this will continue for them. Otherwise they might have to call in some help. I see that there is something wrong with the bat of Mohokane. That might have been what caused the little sound. It sounded like an edge. we can actually see Neil Brandt just showing to him that it's your bat. He know that he missed it by quite a bit, as we have a bit of a delay as we got bats coming out, and as we know in the modern game, it won't be just the one.
Yeah, there should be a couple of bats coming out, and maybe not like the 5-6 that some of the international batters bat with, but you should have at least an option or two, and we do see they come out with 2 options for Hokane, and we'll see if he just takes the first one or has a bit of a feel at both of them. He just takes the first one, feels happy enough to do that, not too fussed, and
I don't think he feels that the first one had much runs on it either, so
Yeah.
so this one would be better. As we see the 12th man there, the new signee.
It's sorry,
Hmm?
it's hard to determine how good a bat is if you're not laying bat on ball in the first place.
Yeah, it's very bad, and especially when the first slip's got to tell you, listen, it sounds like your handle's a bit loose.
Yeah.
So hopefully this will change the fortunes for Mohokane there. He's a naught from 29, facing up to one of the big prospects in SA cricket, Gerald Coetzee.
Oh, beautiful delivery, but also well played by Mohokane, testing out that new bat, and
That sounded good.
It did sound good, and it's also the end of over number 36. The Warriors are 99 for 1.
Closing in on that 100. Deficit still 284 that the Titans post. So just looks like we're going to have Bosch just coming around the wicket to Pillay here. He's on a 59 of 119. 36 overs gone. And the conversation has got to start of where would you feel comfortable at the end of the day. For the Warriors, they're top of the log, so they wouldn't mind it going the 4 days and going all the way, but the Titans would definitely want a result here. They need a couple of points on the log. They need to get closer to that number 1 position. So for the Titans, it is all about taking wickets.
Oh, good delivery again from Bosch, but well left on length by Pillay. He felt comfortable against Bosch earlier, hit him for 3 consecutive 4s. So we'll see if he will try something similar, or if Bosch gives him anything to hit away. But yeah, the Titans will definitely be looking how will they be able to pick up wickets here. There's still enough movement in this pitch, and they just need to take any opportunity that does end up coming their way. The luck runs out at some stage for batters, so they just need to keep at it. Down leg, but just worked away by Pillay. Yeah, the Warriors are a good position in the series so far, in the 4-day series. The Titans, they need to get back to winning ways. They don't have the services of Donovan Ferreira in this match. As we see the 100 come up for the Warriors. The 100's come up after 36.2 overs. Only the 1 wicket down. Warriors looking good, despite some half chances almost, or some luck going their way. They'll be happy to only be 1 down at this stage, trailing by 283.
Oh, squaring Mohokane up there. Great delivery by Bosch. And yeah, as you mentioned, luck does run out. There's an old saying that said even for the rabbit it ran out. So that rabbit's foot only has so many luck in. But it is fantastic to see the prospects of South African cricket in front of us. It is Bosch, it is Coetzee. You had Brais scoring 100. You had Bosch scoring runs. It is fantastic to see these youngsters coming up. Makanya scored that brilliant 83 as well. So these young players putting up their hands, showing the selectors what they can do.
Another no ball from Bosch, no ball number 5. He's just not getting his run up quite right over there. The last thing the Titans need right now is for an edge to actually go to a fielder and it end up being a no ball.
Yeah, and being caught, that would be the worst thing for them.
Yeah, so it's definitely not what they want right now. But yeah, the youngsters are impressive. I really enjoyed Nyanda's spells yesterday as well. He has a lot of control for a 19-year-old. Of course, played for the S under 19 side previously, and was called up for this match and he did a good job. Short, wide, and cut away powerfully by Mohakane. It goes all the way for 6 over the boundary, and he really didn't hold back on that one.
Well, that bat works. That one is definitely the better one. So whatever he chose there, fantastic shot, and a little bit of a gift by Bosch. He's been bowling so well, so tight, and that was just a gift. That was just a half tracker, wide, short, and spanked.
Yeah, indeed it was. Just sitting up, asking to be hit. And the first runs for Mahukane is 6. Solidly in behind that. You wouldn't mind that, your 30 balls, 31 balls into your innings. You don't have a run to your name, and then suddenly you get a half tracker wide and you smash it for 6.
Well, it is December. Probably his way of gifting him something.
It is the festive season, and he had a jolly good time with that.
He did. One more delivery to go for Bosch. He is 1 for 41. And again, apart from that 6, he's one of the bowlers that the ball went through the slip cordon quite a lot. He conceded a couple of boundaries behind the keeper. So not much to read in those figures. He bowled very, very well, finishing up his 12th.
Yeah, it's 107 for 1, whereas after 37 overs, I was very impressed with Junior Dala as well. Junior Dala and Bukako had a great spell this morning. I think Junior Dala was particularly unlucky on at least 2 or 3 occasions, and I wouldn't mind seeing him back into the attack not too far from now. It looks like Bukako will be taking over from Gerald Coetzee from the end. He did bowl so well in earlier in the day.
I'm very happy to see that they're not changing ends with him, because Junior Dala just hit his straps from the other end, and it was amazing. We were still commenting on he's not a big mover of the ball, but he just got that ball to seam away, seam in. He created all sorts of problems for the batters, and Herman and Pillay. And the wicket for Bosch could also be given to Junior Dala, because he caused all sorts of problems for Herman when he was facing up to him.
Bit of a loosener from Bukako to start off his spell. There's a gentle ball down the leg side, but Pillay not able to get any bats on it.
Deficit has gone to 276, and you can see him just saying that he might have fallen away a little bit there on your screen, just dropping that shoulder. And it's a skill coming around the wicket as a right-hander as well. It does need a tweak in your action a little bit. You can't just run in the same that you would over the wicket, which you've been bowling for so many years. Around the wicket is definitely a skill.
Ooh. Another good leave by Pillay. He's been trusting the bounce a lot more this session. So leaving on length almost over the off stump there.
And as you said, he's been trusting the bounce. And we haven't seen a ball misbehave or even spat up, as we saw in the morning session as well. So it might look that the pitch is just even out a little bit.
Could be with some of that, maybe a little bit of extra moisture came on the pitch, maybe just binding it a little bit. Works it away behind square. And running hard, will be coming back for 2. And some claps coming from the dressing room, applauding the running between these two.
A bit of a slip there, as you saw there, Pillay, just falling over, but it was inevitable too. There is a big part of the ground there as well.
It is the bigger part of the ground, of the pitch to the one side, away from the big scoreboard.
Pillay has looked almost like a different batter. He did get his 50 in a same way. I think he went off the mark with, but it looks much more comfortable, much more solid. It'll be interesting to see if they do a double change here with Junior Dala, which I think they will do. They did the same thing with Bukako and Dala earlier in the day as well, resting up Bosch and Coetzee.
again, just drifting down the leg side. Lukaku just not quite hitting his straps here in his first over back. He'll look to rectify that very quickly.
Just slinging that one down leg a little bit. So I said that front shoulder just dropping. And I mentioned it earlier, it's a real skill coming around the wicket. And great exponents of that, of course, England's Stuart Broad, a fantastic bowler around the wicket to left-handers. Then you have Dale Steyn, who loved bowling over the wickets. Mackay and Tini loved bowling over the wickets to left-handers. Didn't come, but with the action, I don't think Mackay could have gone around the wicket.
And Morne Morkel enjoyed coming around the wicket.
Yes.
He loved bowling to Strauss and Cook around the wicket. They didn't enjoy it very much. The end of over number 38. And the Warriors have moved up to 109 for 1.
Yeah, Morkel really had their numbers. And if you listen to all the interviews, the worst bowler they had to face was Morne Morkel, was something different. And we spoke about the front foot no balls and what the worst thing would be if it's a wicket. He was a great exponent about that as well. I think he still holds the world record for most no ball wickets.
Yeah, I don't know if we should use the word great and no ball in the same sentence, but I can attest to Morne Morkel bowling a lot of no balls and getting wickets off them. It was always that anticipation when you see the replays. Did he keep his foot behind the line? Did he? No, again, he didn't. And at least these days they call out the no balls earlier from the TV umpire for international matches, so you don't get that surprise. You don't have to wait for the surprise, you just hear whoop, and the siren goes off and you know, no, he's done it again.
Yeah,
so
the disappointment is immediate now.
It is, and Gert called it absolutely correctly. Junior Dala back into the attack. 2 full and a beautiful drive from Mokhokane. He just leans on it and eased it down the ground for 4.
Yeah, it might just be a little bit of loosening. He just floated it up right under his eyes and just a lovely length into a drive straight past the bowler. 4 runs. Yeah, he's after that 6. His footwork and everything has looked much more solid. He's actually happy to come forward with the ball. Even the 4 defensive he played after the 6 just looked solid. 2 slips in a gully.
Goes for another one outside the off stump and takes the edge. It goes to ground in between that slips and gully, all the way to the boundary for 4. It's been that kind of day for Dala so far. A lot of edges going down to the third man boundary for 4.
And again, you look at his figures, and cricket is all about stats, but you got to watch the game to see that naught for 39 in his 7 overs was probably he had 2 fours. Herman spanked him for a 4 past him. That was smacked into the ground. It went over, and then this one as well. It was just a 4. The rest has all been behind the stumps.
Just back of the length from Dala. I do like the look of Mokhokane. I've enjoyed watching him play. Played a bit for the Eastern Province Colts side, where he did very well. He's a very promising young batter. Enklik actually a bit of a batting all-rounder rather. And he did bowl a little bit yesterday. Didn't look that great with the ball, but he does have a lot of potential. He's very tidy with the bat.
This will be the test for him, because he's facing up against Junior Dala, who's a prettier bowler. He's facing up to Gerald Coetzee, who's a prettier bowler. Bosch, most likely, in the wins as well. So you have 3 proper international bowlers bowling at you. So if you want to make a statement, this is kind of the game to do it in.
Yeah, and coming in at number 3, being given that opportunity to do it, I can understand why they did send him in. He has the right technique for someone to come in at number 3. Solidly in behind it once again. Dala just hovering a bit too far back of length. It needs to make Mokhokane come forward. I've been hammering on this point probably most of the day. But on a pitch that is a touch slow, you'd rather the batters come forward, bring those slips into play, because it's a lot easier to just hang on the back foot if the pitch is slow.
It just comes onto the bat.
On the hips, worked away. They will run hard, get back for another couple, and Mokgokane suddenly has gone up from, after he was north of 31 or 32 balls, he's now up to 16 or 41.
Yeah, batting at rates and knots at the moment in the last couple of deliveries. It's 119 for 1. And getting back to your point, in the slowness of the pitch, you also got that short cover in as well there, especially for the ball that's just been driven up not coming onto the bat, maybe just fetching a little bit. All those little things come into play, and if you just hit back of a length, it just makes it a little bit easier for the bats to come in line with the ball, come in behind. Even when it get an edge, maybe drop a bottom hand, play with soft hands and that sort of thing. So you want to be more proactive. I'm also with you there. I'm a firm believer of the length is one thing, but your line has got to be at the batter. You've got to make them play. You've got to be bowling and attacking off-stump line, especially when the ball's moving like this.
That's where you want to be. Bokako right on the money. His second over is just getting his rhythm right now. He did bowl beautifully earlier in the day, so that's exactly the sort of area he'll want to chip away in.
Yeah, that's exactly where he wants to stay now, because that's one thing that we've picked up over this series. We saw it in the SAA games as well. It's almost and I mentioned it there as well, as an ugly word, patience. Be patient. It's a good ball. Stay there.
Another one, that's 2 in a row. We almost counted for you how many good deliveries there are in this over. It's one of those things with the short format, you try and do a lot. You try Yorkers, you try bounces, you try slower balls, but in this format of the game, you want to be almost as, what's the word I'm looking for? Almost as boring as you can be. You want to be repeatable.
And that's what it's all about. It's repeating the good stuff over and over and over.
I see 2 good balls and then a half volley on the legs. Not quite timed from Pele, but they should be able to come back for a third, and they do so. And it moves the score up to 122, and that is exactly the issue we're talking about. 2 good balls is not enough. You need to keep getting those good balls in.
And you can go back to some of the greats that played the game. You look at Malcolm Marshall, you look at Sean Pollock, you look at Len McGrath. All those great bowlers were almost boring bowlers. Bowling is boring. Just put the ball there. You as a batter, the more you play, the more opportunity as a bowler has to get his wicket, because he can make a mistake. The more he can leave, or the more half volleys you bowl, he grows in confidence. And that's one thing you want to do as a bowler. You want to intimidate the batter.
Back to a good ball from Mokgokane.
And it's not just with bouncers and fast-paced deliveries. If you can intimidate him by playing every single ball, you're in his face the whole time. You make him know that, listen, the mistake is imminent. And all that sort of stuff just breaks down the confidence a little bit. It just gets into his head, maybe play a false stroke, maybe try and counter-punch of what you are doing. And you can only do that once you have the consistency to place the ball in the right areas, get that line, get him playing every single delivery.
Oh, that one comes back in, and Bokako's on the floor. You can't believe that one didn't come back and hit the off stump or even take the inside edge. And a beautiful ball from him. And what that type of bowling does as well is it makes it easy for the captain to set the field. To say, okay, if you're going to bowl one side of the stumps and you're going to plug away in this area the whole time, then we'll set the field accordingly. And that last ball nipped back in and just about missed that off stump. And yeah, Bokako could not believe.
It's one of those things where you want to know if that varnish is regulation. Might be a bit too thin on.
Good.
But also what it does is just, it gives you the freedom to have it seam up, make it go off the seam in, make it go off the seam out a bit. And with the conditions we have, there's definitely going to be a bit of swing on offer. As we saw that last ball, that was a beauty. And the batter had to play it. He couldn't leave it. He couldn't leave it on length. He had to play at it.
Yeah, so the one poor delivery in Bakako's over went for 3. The rest, all dots. And the Warriors are 122 for 1 after 40 overs. And just going at over 3 runs per over. They'll feel comfortable with that rate. And Junior Dala will get an opportunity to bowl to Pillay, who he had in all sorts of trouble earlier on in the day. So he'll hope for more of the same, but at this time the catch might go to hand.
I think he'll be begging for that catch to go to hand. A slight change in the field. Brandt is just pointing to 1 or 2 fielders there. They might be just changing angles a little bit.
Yeah, also getting a man up underneath the helmet on the offside, a short leg. It's quite a way away from the batter, so it's not right up to him. It's for one that pops up into the air to try and catch it. So Dala has set fields very square, so he has a man out at deep point and a deep square leg, and gives himself the opportunity to bowl bounces if he feels it's worth it, but still maintaining those 3 slips as well.
And we saw that man at deep point actually just going almost to between a point and a third man. Oh.
But too short from Dala. That it came off very slow off the pitch, so it wasn't a difficult one for Pillay to negotiate.
And that might be the reason why that player in the helmet is just a couple of steps back, because they feel the ball won't come off the bat very quickly. It might balloon up more from the splice than really from the middle. So it could be the reason why he's just standing there a little bit back. He's got a deep square out, and I mentioned again, the deep point is almost between a third man and a backward point, just trying to cover a bigger area there. Change of angle.
Yeah, I find that a bit strange, actually, from Junior Dala. He was so good against Pillay around the wicket earlier on the day, and he had him in really a lot of trouble. So it feels like a strange decision to be coming over the wicket right now, but maybe it feels like this change of angle, you can take it across the left hand and bring those slips into play.
You can see there's a big conversation in that slip cordon as well. Brandt, Alga, everyone involved.
Back of the lane, quick scampered single, and it's a well taken run. There's no one backing up. Rivers was running around, but he wasn't quick enough. No real reason to throw it because the batter was comfortably in, and they do manage to pick up the extra run.
And we saw that in the Titans innings as well, where there was a bit of a flick to the stumps there with no one even close backing up, and the batter would have made it comfortably as well. Sometimes it's just that anticipation of a wicket.
Yeah, having another discussion. Also shine the ball, but it's Alga. Man, cover is coming around now. Going to a bit of a short, bit of off position. Oh, beautiful bouncer from Junior Dala, but equally well played by Pillay, just swaying out of the way.
That was a fantastic delivery. And that might be the angle that they're trying to create. Maybe have him guided into the slip cordon more than actually edging it. And also will bring that man under the helmet in play as well. They do have a deep fine leg out as well now.
Oh, another one well played again. Soft hands into the offside, bringing an easy single. And rotating the strike is so important, especially if you recognize that a bowler might have a bit of a short ball ploy to you or a tactic with the field set for it. It's good to rotate the strike, get the other guy on strike.
Yeah, and again, emphasizes the point that we had earlier, a right-left combination. You can see now the field is scampering, they're running around, using a bit of energy. And this is what you want. You want that right-left combination, Keep mixing it up as the Warriors. You don't want Junior Dala to settle into that beautiful line of length that he bowled earlier on.
Now the short one easily ducks underneath. It swung a bit after it went past the batter, and it ends the 41st over. The Warriors are on 125 for 1.
And it's Pillay there on 67. And he's looked pretty decent after the sketchy start he had after lunch.
Yeah, both him and Andile Mokhakane have picked up the pace a bit. Mokhakane now on 16 of 44 balls. Pillay is on 67 of 135. And Bokaka will continue around the wicket to Pillay with 2 slips and a gully. Man out at a deep backward point. Cover a mid off, a mid on, and a short, a bit wide from Bokaka. There's a man at almost a forward of square leg position, and a man out at a deep fine leg.
Yeah, Bokaka must just stay patient now. Go at Pillay a little bit. Make sure that he is almost getting up under his grill the whole time. Have a bit of a longer run through. Make him play every single delivery.
Coming forward this time, it's a good stride in from Pillay. He ran hard, but only picking up the one single. Good work there from Junior Dala in the outfield.
That's not always the most pleasant thing when you're a fast bowler. You know you're bowling the next over, covering that amount of ground. But also keep you on your toes. It's one of those things where at this level you want to expect the ball the whole time, not just hoping for it. You're wanting it to come to you. So every single delivery expecting the ball to come, especially in that slip cordon.
That's exactly where he wants to be. Just needs to keep at it, as Bokaka. Not try too much.
I agree with you, Van. It's one of those things where you try too much, then you might just throw yourself off your rhythm a little bit. Mokhakane facing up. He's on 16.
Back of length. Nicely punched by Mokhakane, but there is a fielder in place. And, yeah, I said I like to look off Mokhakane. I'm happy that he's got given this opportunity to play today and come in at number 3. Definitely a great opportunity. At number 3 is such a pivotal role in a batting lineup. You need to be able to come in early if a wicket falls in the first couple of overs, or you need to progress the innings if you come in with a good platform as he did here. Angle not quite right. Looks like it hit the thigh pad and ran into the leg side, so it will be leg buys.
It is one of those batters that it looks good, potential is there. He had a difficult start to his innings, took about 32 deliveries to get off the mark, and then played one brilliant cut shot of Bosch that went for 6, and that just kickstart his innings. And we spoke about it earlier, just one thing you need, just that one shot to get going, that one shot to get your innings on the way.
But why then easy leave, and it ends the over number 42. And the Warriors are 127 for 1. Pillay on 68 of 138 deliveries, and Andile Mokhakane is on 16 of 48.
The partnership is grown as well. It is on 41. Great work by these two with between Pillay and Mokhakane. 41 after the great start that they had as well. The only man dismissed is Herman. He scored 35 of 71. He was caught by Neil Brandt in the first slip, and that came off Corbin Bosch. Still 2 slips in. Man in the helmet, Junior Dala over the wicket to the right-handed Mokhakane.
Yeah, interesting to see a man out on the leg side at square leg, but not all the way back on the boundary, and also not really in close. So he's also like 2/3 of the way towards the boundary. Definitely looking for a catching opportunity with a man out at the fine leg or a long leg, if you will.
They also have got a leg gully in as well.
It looks like Dala will definitely target the body, but again, rotating the strike beautifully. Isandile Mohakane, again, transferring that pressure. That's what partnerships are there for. Can't take it all on yourself. You've got to be batting in partnerships.
Yeah, batting in partnerships, bowling in partnerships, very important as well. We saw Bosch and Kutsia bowling well together, and Junior Dala, I still feel, created almost that wicket for Bosch where he had the left-handers in all sorts of trouble, and then Bosch picked up the scraps. So in the first innings, or the first session before the rain delay, Bukaku and Junior Dala bowled brilliantly together. Bosch and Kutsia bowled brilliantly together. They could settle into that line as that one just passing that fielder in short there. Might be rubbing the knee just to say that something happened there. It looks like the captain Neil Brandt letting a single go past him there.
Yeah, just past him, and a lot of discussions in the slip region, trying to figure out what will be the best solution to get a wicket here, because it's only the one wicket so far for the Titans. I mean, we are into the 43rd over, and they would have been hoping to pick up a couple of more by this stage. Short, pulled, man and fine leg running around, doesn't quite get there. It lands just beside him and goes to the boundary for 4. The plan was in place. Junior Dala executed it. Mohakane went for it, and it just worked out for him.
Oh, very, very lucky.
Yeah, it's Kleinfout out there at the fine leg boundary. He just wasn't able to get around to it.
Was one of those teasers where he just got off the rope a little bit and then had to adjust to go backwards. Might have been just wanting to stay on the rope a little bit more and then come forward, but again, riding the wave of luck.
This time Mohakane solid in defence. We're wondering if he's going to play another pull shot at this stage. He is quite an attacking batter, and he does love playing his shots, but the field is set exactly for that type of shot.
That's what they were looking for, that's what they were hoping for. And I don't think Junior Dala would mind, because he's just been attacking a little bit more. He's been attacking the body and the bowlers a little, the body of the batter a little bit more.
Oh, another good bouncer, but well dealt with by Mohakane. The score's moved up to 133 for 1, and Mohakane has moved into the 20s. He's on 21 of 52 deliveries.
And this partnership has grown 3 short of a 50. They are 47 is the partnership.
Yeah, the deficit's come down to exactly 250, and it's still pretty cloudy around here. It's not too light, but it's good enough to get some cricket in, and we're only at 10 past 4, so there's still plenty of time left in the day.
Here's another hour and 15 minutes left of scheduled play. We'll have to see if the light holds. We did lose a bit of time in a rain delay we had earlier, just before tea.
Yeah, still a bit too wide from Bukaku. He needs to make Pele play, who's been pretty patient today, and he has now faced 140 deliveries for his 69. And despite some edges, he has looked pretty set and happy to just spend time out in the middle on his former home ground.
Yeah, he has kept us on the edge of our seats, wondering what will be next. And Bukaku, I think, must just get a little bit tighter on him, make him play. The overcast conditions will definitely give you some movement. You can hear the slip corner and Munsami, the keeper, just umming and eyeing a little bit, because there is a bit of late movement as well. But if you bang it into the deck and you go too short, you don't give it an opportunity to swing. And at the moment, because they've been finding those edges, and maybe just get them on that front foot, get them driving a little bit.
It's definitely required right now. Get Pele playing. Again, a quick single. Again, well judged by Mohakane, calling his partner through as he knew he was running to the danger end, and he looks very quick between the stumps.
Oh yes, no, he's definitely moving. He's got some jet shoes. He is very quick between the wickets, and what I liked about that was no hesitation. Pillay also didn't have ball watch. As soon as he heard the call, he went, and emphasizes our point that we've been making, that right-left combination coming in, that rotation coming in.
Yeah, it makes things difficult. The field has changed. The bowler needs to change his lines. Again, drifting down leg, so Bokako not able to adjust that line sufficiently, and another leg bye to the leg side. And the partnership keeps growing. That's exactly what the Warriors would have wanted after losing that wicket of Jordan Herman.
5 no balls and a wide thus far in this innings.
Yeah, those no balls all coming from Corbin Bosch. Seemed to not quite get his run up right. Just is overstriding a little bit. That's better from Bokako, getting closer to the stumps, making Pillay play.
What's nice about that line and length was you can actually see Pillay eyeing up that leave again, but with the movement just made him play at the ball, and that's what you want. It's just make him play, because that's where you're going to get your wicket. I think he's been there for long enough, 142 balls, to know that he doesn't need to be impatient. The bad ball is coming, the runs are coming. Mohokane is scoring now as well.
Again, a bit too wide, and another comfortable leave by Pillay. The Warriors are 135 for 1 after 44 overs. Pillay's on 70 and looking a lot more comfortable. And Mohakane is on 21 of 54 deliveries.
And that partnership, like you said, is on 49. Want to go for a 50. Deficit under 250. They would just like to chip away on that. It's interesting to find out what they would be happy with at the end of the day. I think the wicket column would be more important for them than most likely the runs. Going out in the day with maybe still these 9 wickets intact, or maybe 7. Titans will want to send them back to the hut with at least half the bag in hand.
Still with the same tactic here from Junior Dala. Same field man out at the long leg. One back at deep square leg, not quite all the way to the boundary. Also a short leg that is about 4 or 5 meters away from the striker, and also a leg gully, so he'll continue to try and aim for the body, come straight to him, make it uncomfortable as he can for the batter. But well worked away, just wide of the man at short leg, and it brings up the 50 partnership between Andile Mohakane and Jivashin Pillay. They've batted very well together, they've been running well between the wickets, and as I said, exactly what they required after losing that wicket before the rain break.
And looking at it, took him 32 balls to get off the mark, but Mohokane contributing 22 to this partnership, and they've been looking solid, and it's a nice even split. Pillay and Mohokane both giving 22 runs with 6 extras.
Oh, so slow off the wicket, almost an afterthought, that bunt by Pillay after over the point region. No real flourish with the bat, it just almost hung it out there, but it does bring him 2 more.
Yeah, that was an interesting shot. I think it just shows the nature of the pitch. Even though it's short, even though it's wide, you still need to get it in place, and also that might be why that fielder is just hanging a little bit back behind point. It is just to make sure that it keeps you honest. If you're going to slash at it with the slow nature of the pitch, getting top edges is going to be the name of the game for Dala. So you got to hit it 100% pinpoint, otherwise you can lose your wicket.
Oh, short hit. Bobbles up to the offside when he was looking on the leg side, and it's hit him on the hand and it's hurt him. And he's taken the gloves off, You can see he's in a bit of pain there, and we might have a bit of stoppage in play here while it's being attended to.
And you don't want to go out on that short, wide, loose delivery. Yeah, keeping out balls like that, getting hit, and then going out, throwing your wicket away. So this is something that they'll look at as the players bring out. I think they might have an forced drinks break as well.
Yeah, and they will take a drinks break now with Pillay. Will need some attention to his hand. And the score is 138 for 1 after 44.4 overs. Warriors will be very happy where things are currently. And we'll be back with you shortly.
Welcome back to SuperSport Park Centurion. I'm Ken Borland, and Vanna Erasmus is still with me as we head into the closing stages of this Titans and the Dafabet Warriors, replying to the Titans' first inning score of 383 all out. The Warriors are currently 138 for 1. Javesh and Pilla is on 72 not out, and Andile Mokokane is on 22 not out. It will be Junior Dala who is continuing from the Henops River end. He'll be bowling to Pillay, who has rode his luck, I think it's fair to say, but has hung in there very well for his 72. Oh, and there he goes, fishing outside all stump again. Those 3 slips have waited and waited all day as the ball has come perilously close to Pillow's edge. Has found it a couple of times, but the catches didn't go to hand, Werner.
Yeah, indeed, and it's been Junior Dala that's troubled him the most today, and he continues to do so. Even struck a blow on his hand right before the forced drinks break. And Junior Dala has been bowling very well without luck. Even got the top edge from Mohakane not too long ago in his previous over that fell just short of Matthew Klingfeld at fine leg.
That's a nice punch off the back foot by Pillay, behind square on the offside. 2 Kleinfeld at third man, just a single. He'll go to 73, the total 139. And the Warriors' top order have now whittled that deficit down to 244. Dala just ending his over. He's been bowling lately over the wicket to the left-hander. Troubled him from that angle, troubled him from around the wicket as well.
Yeah, he has given him a lot of trouble regardless of the angle. And the Warriors all feel very comfortable in the position they are in right now. As we talked about earlier, they have a very long batting lineup, and Mohakane himself loves to take the aggressive route. So if he's set and they feel the bowlers are under pressure, they might just switch gears a little bit. But as things now, they're going comfortably at a rate of around 3 per over.
Claudio Bokaka in now to Pillay. Good solid defence. Looking for a quick single into the covers, but it's not on. Yeah, I've been very impressed, with Mohakane, who is on first class debut for the Warriors. Very determined innings. 33 balls it was to get off the mark, but he's hung in there and he's put on 53 now with Pillay.
Yeah, Mohakane's looked very good. It looks like the Titans just brought that man at cover a bit inside because they've been running a few quick singles, these two.
Similar to the previous delivery.
Yeah, Mohakane himself is still only 23 years old. He also formerly played for the SA Under-19 side. He doesn't have a lot of first-class experience, still very young in his career, as the 16 matches before this. And he is an all-rounder, does bring a good option with the ball as well. Wasn't used as much in the previous innings, but he'll look to make a contribution here.
Oh, nicely pulled by Mohakane, just Pillay rather fractionally short by Bokaka, and Pillay onto it in a flash, 4 runs.
Yeah, fields upset a bit differently, and he also doesn't quite have the pace that Dala does, Bokaka. So no man out at a deep square leg, so an easy put away for Pillay.
That's his 10th boundary. He's hit some beautiful boundaries in this innings, in between the edges and the miscues landing in no man's land. It's been a real curate's egg of an innings by Pillay. Here's Bokaka again. And nicely steered through point. There's a man on the boundary to keep it down to 144 for 1. Yeah, Mohakane just bowled a couple of overs in the Titans innings. He was the 7th bowler used in fact.
Yeah, he's two overs going for 18 runs, so maybe not the start he would have wanted with the ball for the Warriors in first class cricket, but definitely making a statement so far here with the bat coming at number 3. Oh, beautifully played.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot by Mohakane. The back foot square drive, and he collects another boundary. He goes to 26, 148 for 1 now, and the partnership goes to 62 for the second wicket.
Yeah, the back of the length deliveries just seem to set up so nicely from this wicket. It's been a lot easier for the batters anytime it's been pitched slightly short. Just have all the time of the world to decide where they want to hit the ball. And it's been those fuller length deliveries that have induced the edges, and it's something that Bokaka needs to get back to.
Yeah, that was certainly too short. Too wide now and slashed over the slips. 4 more to Mokokane.
Yeah, just spoke about how Mokokane loves to play his shots, and if he's given the opportunity, he'll pull the trigger a bit. And all of a sudden, he has 2 boundaries in the 1 over. The Warriors have moved past the 150. They have 153 now. It's come up of 282 balls, including 19 falls and a 6 as well. It's also the end of the over, as they are that 153. They've come up of 46 overs.
Yeah, Bokaka 11 overs for 35 now. Just starting to leak a few runs. I wonder if it's not time for Captain Neil Brunt to introduce himself with a bit of spin. Left arm spin. The longer leg side boundary would be for him bowling at the Henops River end, where Junior Dala will bowl now. Dala still certainly testing the batsman.
But that is the advantage that they have with a left-hand, right-hand combination. Oh,
Now that's a sweetly struck short arm pull by Javesh and Pillar. He's just deposited Junior Dala on the banks, the second 6 of the innings.
I hardly spoke about them switching gears, and all of a sudden they've hit a bunch of boundaries. Pillay really enjoying that pull shot. But getting back to that point of Neil Brunt, if he does bowl from the Henops River end to Pillay, it'll be a short boundary for Pillay again. So it's that catch-22 of it will be a short boundary for either the right-hander or the left-hander, regardless of which side he bowls from.
And it's not a particularly short boundary, so one just feels maybe it's time for a change of pace for the Titans.
Yeah.
That's down the leg side. Certainly a change of pace in the scoring. The Warriors have pulled the trigger, and they've got that run rate up to now to 3.4 to the over as this partnership grows to 72.
Yeah, they really have shifted gears a bit here, putting pressure back on the Titans. The deficit's come down to 225 now, and the partnerships moved up to 72. Still plenty of overs left in the day. It'll all come down to light at this stage.
Dala back on target there. Nicely defended by Pillay. Dala still operating with 3 slips.
I remember in that CSA T20 challenge where Pillay and Brais were opening together, he managed to get a lot of his runs pulled over square leg for 6. That's really a favourite shot of him.
Yeah, the short arm pull, it was beautifully executed. Fuller from Dala pushed out to mid-off narrow. No, I did notice Corbin Bosch doing some bowling warm-ups at 3rd slip, so maybe Brunt will turn to him rather than spin. I guess it has been quite a while since Bosch bowled, and he's bowled a lot better than his figures of 12 overs, 1 for 41 suggest.
Even saw Dinauga doing some stretching, but I'm pretty sure he won't be turning his arm over today. Beautifully
Pushed
placed.
wide of middle this time, yeah, and they will get a quick single, 159 for 1. Yeah, Dean Elgar, probably the senior pro, a bit of a reluctant bowler these days. I think if Neil Brunt had to ask him to bowl, he'd say, hold on, you the number 1 left arm spinner, shouldn't you be having a go first? Then again, he's very competitive, Dean Elgar. He might go, yeah, quite right, I should be bowling before you.
He probably still talks about that series in India where he picked up, I believe, a 4 in the 1 innings in no time. All of a sudden that pitch was turning square. It might have been in Nagpur. You can tell me if you can locate that particular match as Dala comes in again, and another good area. But in that series all of a sudden Alga picked up a bunch of wickets and enjoyed himself quite a bit. And in this side they have options. They have Neil Brunt. They even can turn to Dewald Brais, who enjoys his bowling. Doesn't quite have the consistency quite yet, but he did bowl quite a few overs in a row in his last 4-day match that he did pick up 3 wickets. And so he might also be an option eventually. We do see that change coming in with Corbin Bosch, who will take over from Claudio Bokako. Field will be changed a bit for left-hander for Pillay. Looks like Dala will be going out to the boundary, the point boundary. Also a man out at a deep fine leg. Has 2 slips and a wideish gully. A short cover, not quite a short cover, more in between cover, if I can call it like that. Mid on, mid off, and square leg. Back off a length, and it just drops short of that man at gully from Bosch, starting off exactly where he wanted to. And Pillay feeling for it, seemingly looking to be a bit more attacking after the rain break.
So I have found that game. It was in Mohali, the first test of the 2015-16 series. And it was on the first day, if you please. India winning the toss and batting first as Bosch comes in again to Pillay. Now it's down leg, nicely put away. Upper sleeve is fine leg in business. No, just over his head. Well, wouldn't that have been an ironic way to get out, given how his innings has progressed, to hold out at fine leg for really a very average delivery. But Pillay had enough on it to let it go for 6, and he's into the 90s now.
He is. He's on 91 now. At the high foul air helping him out there, just carrying all the way over the man at fine leg, helping it with the angle. And it's definitely a switch in tempo here from the 2 batters.
Yeah, Pillay has one other Division 100 for the Titans against Western Province at Newlands in 2021-22. Back to solid defence. Anyway, so that India game, India were bundled up for 201 with Dean Elgar taking 4 for 22 in 8 overs. Imran Tahir was the first choice spinner. And, actually, South Africa had 3 spinners. They had Harmer and Imran Tahir and Elgar in the team. Elgar picking up the wickets of Pujara, Rahane, Saha and Mishra.
Yeah, not a very memorable tour for the Proteas, for good reasons, at least.
Yeah, Elgar came on first change in the second innings, bowled 7 wicketless overs, and South Africa ended up losing by 108 runs.
Yeah.
Pitches were interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, they were ragging a bit. And since then, India have produced pretty good batting wickets again. They've turned it around. They realised that their pace bowling attack is good enough to win their matches. Not only Ravi Ashwin and Jadeja.
Nicely played by Pillay. You might even think of 2 years. The cover sweeper's got a lot of work to do, and it's an easy 2 runs for Pillay. It takes him to 93. He's really blossoming now, and has played a really good innings. 167 for 1. Yeah, that India pace attack, arguably the best in the world now, and in just 11 days' time, we will see them in action here at SuperSport Park in the first Test match.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to it. Hoping that Proteas bowling attack will be close to its strongest lineup. Short and well played by Pillay, getting his hands down, but yeah, so questions over the fitness of Rabada and Lungi Ngidi at this stage, and the hope is that both will be fit by that time, but both will come in without any game time, even if they do play, which is a bit of a tricky situation. We do have Gerald Tutsia. Berger has been called up to the test squad, and Vian Mulder, who's played a bit of cricket for the Proteas, but has had quite a good season. 4-day season has Vian Mulder, with both bat and ball. So he's been recalled.
Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise. We were chatting about it yesterday, about under 19 all-rounders who don't bowl a lot anymore. Sibanela Makanya is going to turn his arm over from the Henops River end. Lungi Ngidi, I suppose there have to be question marks over whether, even if he is fit, he would make the Test 11. He hasn't been one of the starters in recent times under Shukri Conrad.
Yeah.
He's there or thereabouts, I guess. But
Yeah. I do think the last time he didn't play, Norkia was still available for selection, and so it was Norkia, Rabada, and Kutsia who add with Janssen to do that full-pronged pace attack. But now with Norkia not available, potentially Rabada not available, Lungi does become an option again. Rabada has a bit of a heel issue. Hopefully he'll be right. I know Lungi has a bit of an ankle issue as well.
just a niggle, Rabada, I'm
Yeah.
told, the heel, so hopefully that's not too serious. Ngidi, I think, is more serious. It's serious enough that he was pulled out of the T20 series, the ODI series, a couple of weeks ago, not playing in this game. Makanya made a good start first ball. That's a bit of a loose drive from Mokakani on the up. It's edged down to third man, a sprawling bit of fielding down there by Claudia Bukako. And they are back for a couple, 169 for one. Ngidi for Nokia, Ngidi obviously a very fine bowler, but that's not really a like-for-like swap, is it? I mean, do you think there's scope for maybe an Andre Berger for Enrico Nokia?
Yeah, I do feel there's definitely potential that could happen. I'll get back to that now.
Nicely driven, but no run to mid-off.
Brais looked very good in the 4-day series. He bowled a spell. I think it was against the Titans, I believe, and against Matthew Klingfeld and Dean Algar, and he had them hopping around and missing a bunch of balls, and he has really looked back to his best. And I think we've all known about his potential. It's just been injuries that have been plaguing his career, but now it's the second season where he's been fit and firing, and it's good to see him getting that call up to the Proteas.
Makanya in again to Mokakane, flashing outside off stump. That's the second time now he's been reaching outside that off stump, playing loosely. This change of pace, the gentle medium pace, might be just what causes the lapse in concentration. Yeah, Nunro Berger to me has been the outstanding bowler of the season so far. Has been absolutely superb, not just in 4-day cricket, in the 1-day cup as well. He and Buren Hendricks, probably the main reason Western Province utterly dominated that competition. Makanya is now driven square of the wicket by Mokakani, all the way along the ground for a single. And there was a spell Andre Berger bowled at the Wanderers against the Lions in the 1-day cup, which was absolutely devastating. The Lions were 20 for 7 or something.
Yeah.
Absolutely bizarre, until Vian Mulder scored 100 or 90 out of 145. It was quite a morning's cricket.
Yeah, and Andre Berger took a fifer in no time, and I think he ended up as the leading wicket taker in the 1-day cup as well, and he started the 4-day series well as well. So
Makanya switching to around the wicket to the left-hander. Decent delivery. And that ends his over. It cost us 3 runs. He created a little bit of difficulty for Mokakani. 170 for 1 now. I suppose a lot depends if Marco Jansen is the number 7 or not. But if we play with an attack of Jansen, Kutsia, Maharaj, if they play a spinner, Rabada, then you could have a batter at number 7. But do you think 3 pace bowlers is enough for Centurion?
I think that Shukri Conrad might look to go for Vian Mulder. I think he likes Vian Mulder, and he has had a good season. He did well in the county cricket for Leicestershire as well, and he's been good with the bat, and maybe bat him at 7 and Janssen at 8 in the absence of Norkia.
That's on the pad by Bosch and given out. It was very straight. Corbin Bosch has made the breakthrough. Mokakani, LBW for 33.
Yeah, beautiful bowling from Corbin Bosch, just getting his line and length right. Mokakani playing around it and trapped right in front. And the end of a good innings from Mokakani. He goes for 33 of 65 balls. He spent 103 minutes at the crease, but that trapped him right on the crease. Wasn't forward nor back, and he unfortunately has to make the track back.
Yeah, there was just a bit of movement back into the right-hander. Fuller length from Bosch as well.
We're watching the replay and it, just jagged back that's a touch and hit him right in front of the stumps.
Yeah, Mogakani did his best to try and make it look as if his back pad was outside the line of Wolf stump. But umpire Arno Jacobs making, we're pretty certain, the right decision there.
Yeah, and Diego Rosier making his way to the crease. He's had 89 matches. He has an average of 28.5 and a highest score of 164. He's much better than his average might suggest, and especially last season, he did very well in the 4-day series. And he was initially slotted in to come in at number 3, but he is coming in at number 4 now. You see things are getting a bit darker now, and we'll see how long we still get out here. But Bosch will look to take another couple of wickets if he can.
Yeah, Diego Rosier, another former Titans player. Spent a bit of time here after coming from Northern Cape and Knights cricket during the franchise era. Bosch will have 2 slips and a gully to his former teammate. There's a fine leg on the boundary, no one else on the fence. And bang on target Bosch, but very solidly played by Diego Rosier.
Yeah, just to get back to Rosier, last season he played 7 matches. He made 468 runs for the Warriors at an average of 39 with 2 50s and a century. So, as I said, it's much better than his overall average of 28.5 might suggest. He formed an important core there in the middle with Matthew Brietzke to back up Jordan Harriman as well.
Yeah, it was great to see him flourishing, because he's always been a guy considered to have a lot of talent. Bosch goes full, driven by Rosier. He's beaten a diving effort by Gerald Coetzee running from mid-off, and it's not quite going to get to the boundary, but they will get a couple of runs, 3 in fact, for Rosier to get off the mark.
Yeah, it looked like Coetzee got an important hand on that one, just to stop some momentum from the ball. And field will have to change now with the left-handed Pillay on strike, who is on 93 and eyeing a century at his former home ground.
Yeah, players always enjoy making the big statement against their former teams. Nicely tucked by Pillay down to fine leg. He's coming back for the second. Here's the throw, but he's pretty quick between the wickets. Suresh and Pillay makes it home comfortably. Takes him to 95. Not out now. 175 for 2.
Yeah, Bosch not very impressed with the fielder there. We're a bit on their heels. I don't think they expected a second run there, and they might have taken their time a touch, and all of a sudden they came back for the second, and yeah, Bosch let out a bit of a anger there.
Wears his heart on his sleeve, does Bosch, and that's nicely played into the pitch. Short ball and a pretty comfortable single as the bowler just walked towards it, and Gerald Coetzee walked from mid-off. It's been a frustrating day with the ball for the Titans in the field.
Yeah, it's one of those days where the edges just doesn't seem to go to hand, or if it goes in the air, it just falls short of a fielder. And but Pillay has stuck it out there and also played some lovely shots in between. It's moved his way to 96. It seems like Pillay wants something again.
No, the umpires, they're not going to stick it out any further. They have had a little conversation, umpires Jacobs and Olivier, and they are going off for bad light. It's a little bit gloomy. I don't think it's much darker than it was when we played through to 6 p.m. Yesterday. But be that as it may, players being suspended at 12 minutes to 5, with the Warriors on 176 for 2. Javesh and Pillay is on the verge of what would be a very hard-fought 100. He's on 96 not out. Diego Rosier has just come to the crease. He's on 3.
Yeah, the Warriors will be the much happier side of the two, even after conceding a bit of runs this morning. Tight with Corbin Bosch making a 50. He ended up scoring 57 of 76 balls not out, and they ended up on 383. The Warriors currently on 176 for 2, and in a very good position to try and hunt down that runs from the Titans and even get a bit of a lead. And Pillay will be happy with his 96. Probably would have wanted to get to a century before they came off, but it is what it is. And with the conditions looking like it is now, I doubt that we will be getting any more play today, but we'll leave that up to the umpires. As things stand now, that is it for us here from me, Vanny Erasmus and Ken Borland. And if there is any more play, we will get back to you and get the action going again.